And now, preview time. So let's take a look at what's coming your way.
It's out of my hands, but I'm still in control. It's out of my hands. You can never take away the power of my soul.
Scan the QR codes to see what's upcoming for FTW Productions and what's available on demand right now. Button Master Stable Wars entire playlist. FTW Productions Watch Party for WrestleMania Go Home Raw. Mistress Audio Dramatic Readings featuring voice actors from Weymouth Youth Wrestling. All Retro Wrestling Review Series videos on demand and upcoming. All WrestleMania-themed retros available now on demand. Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order Let's Play Series. WrestleMania 19 Revenge Mode Let's Play Series. All of A Simple Man's Brand Simply Predicting panels. Both episodes of The Don DeMarco Show. AEW Spark, WWE Aftershock, every show week by week. Indie Force Episode 26, available now on demand. Jeff Meacham Network, all watch-along events. AEW Double or Nothing Dynamite Go Home Show Watch Party, available now on demand. A Simple Take, WWE Simple Takes featuring Casa D18 Studios. Super Mario Bros. Z voice acting. Episode 3 coming soon. Breaking news. ATW View Impromptu. WYW Intro and Immortal Stream. Wrestling with Idiocy Episode 8. Fast Food and Restaurants discussion. Plugs have concluded. On to the video.
The Jeff Meacham Network's Multiverse of Media. For over 15 years, the recognized symbol of excellence and the standard bearer in coverage of sports and entertainment.
JJ, Jeff, you want to kick this thing off? Because I'm still trying to process everything here.
Yeah, it's like,
who wants to go first?
Well,
come on in. It's open mic night with your host.
you could maybe say there's really 4 topics, but it's split into 6.
The Renegade, JJ Williams.
The Sammy and Eddie Kingston thing, which one's the better smelling turd?
And his panel of co-hosts.
I am founder. We'll call me that for today since we're going with the Jeff Jarrett love theme here this week, according to JJ.
The West Coast Professor, Jeff Meacham.
Karma is karma is karma.
That's professional wrestling! Damn it!
The Simple Man, Noah Foster.
It's showtime! Yeah! How you doing, JJ? How you doing, Jeff?
James.
Yeah.
And the He-Man, James Hebert.
Imagine Bill Burr, Joe Rogan, Paul White, the Baldies. There you go. It sells itself.
God.
Get in there.
Short his ass and shit the bed.
He's not Amber Heard.
Give it time, JJ. Give it time.
Now, I'm sure Jeff has some stuff that...
Dumb move. Just don't pull this bullshit again. You get one.
Tony needs to stop caring about the ratings.
Bradshaw said as long as the ads are in place, we're not going to lose that third hour.
Ring of Honor does not have to be AEW Live. They don't necessarily have to coexist with each other. We kind of saw that tonight to a degree.
Along with a panel of guests.
He is no longer glorious. Don't you bring that up. You want me to rant about what my NXT used to... No, we are done here for the night. I swear, James.
Because you never know who may show up for open mic night.
I leave our company in the capable hands of an extraordinary group of superstars, employees, and executives.
The first thing that came to my mind was, it's about damn time.
Amen!
I literally touched everybody in the state's trash. So it's horrible, you guys.
Peyton's new thing is Dennis the Menace, but it's funny because she calls it Dentist the Medicine. And
that's great.
When Elliot Taylor came out and did Born for Greatness live, I was popping my pussy, having a great time. I didn't care. I was having so much fun.
Sit back, relax, and enjoy the show.
Fuck Bill Belichick.
Football thing. We got it on wrestling, and then you bring in that shit. That just how the fan goes off the damn rails. Brilliant, brilliant.
What is going on, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome to this week's edition of the Saturday Night Shenanigans that are Open Mic Night. I, of course, am your host, your moderator, the Renegade of Wrestling, JJ Williams. Happy Saturday. Hope you guys are doing well this evening. First things first, if you notice the ticker at the bottom, we are doing a push today, if you will. If the Casa D18 Studios Channel can get $100 in Superchats between tonight's Open Mic Night and tomorrow's Forbidden Door Watch-Along, I will buzz my head military style live on the air next week during the Money in the Bank watch-along. Getting that out there now. So let's go ahead and begin to bring in the panel. First and foremost, the man whose name is right there on the marquee, the West Coast Professor, Jeff Meacham.
What's going on, brother? Good to be here. It's a Saturday. I wasn't supposed to be here, but I ended up being available due to, as always around here, shit beyond my control. But I'm here. All I know is I got a drink in my hand. That's how the country song goes, right? So let's do the damn thing tonight, JJ. I love it.
Damn right.
I am boring as a mucker brother, so I'm gonna fix that right now.
Yes, you are. Let's see here. We got Cleaver calling Andrew in the chat room. Good evening, gentlemen. Hope you all are doing well. To take a quote from an old Staff Pro supervisor, we are fantastic, Colin.
Good to see you, Colin. Looking forward to Tuesday in the review, brother.
Yep, threw it up during the intro. Daniel's here. Hello there. Raymond is here. What is up, JJ and crew? It's time for open mic night.
Yes, sir.
Can't wait to get another laugh tonight as usual.
Oh, yeah.
Raymond, I do have your other comments starred because that will be a talking point that we have on the agenda tonight.
Yes.
So we will come back to that. Next person we're going to bring into the studio, the Heeb Man, James Hebert, who was actually on time this evening.
Wow, he was
barely,
early.
by the way, barely. Work almost didn't let that happen, and I just made it in time. So I was like, "Hey, it's great."
Whatever it takes, brother.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, a blurry Jeff Meacham. I'm already drunk, apparently, says Emmanuel.
Hey, that's okay, Emmanuel. I'll catch up.
Matthew says, good evening. And the last person we're going to bring in to begin the festivities this evening, but oh no, we will have more coming later. For the Noah Foster fans out there, he will be joining us a little bit. He's tied up with his ATW family right now, doing some stuff for his channel and their streams. He will be joining us. Plus, we will be having a surprise panelist later on. Pop is in the chat room. Greetings from Bali. Great to see you guys. It's always good to have you in the chat room, Pop.
Absolutely. Jerry calling from Paradise. You got to love that shit.
Yep. Cleaver says, it's been a while, James. Good to see you're doing good, man.
Yes.
So the final...
I'm doing good. I'm doing all right. I barely sleep, but I'm okay.
What is sleep, right now? Yeah.
Exactly.
So the final panelist has been quite the controversial figure here the last couple weeks. Last week, he thought that Hulk Hogan did nothing for the business, and this week he feels that Michelle McCool deserves a Trish Stratus type last run. The Cleveland combatant Josh Mansfield is in the house.
Howdy.
You see,
refill my drink there.
As much as you guys will probably go in and roast Josh on that, I will say that is a little bit less egregious than the stuff from last week. So there is
yeah, a little bit.
I definitely will say that, and I've already told Josh he's not getting roasted near the level that he did by Jeff, Rift, and Virtue last week. But by the time he was done with those three, I think he had about 5 or 6 different underwear changes with all the shit he got kicked out of them.
Yeah, pretty much. And shout out to the Cleaver in the chat room. Yeah. Cleaver, by the way, just letting you know, I will be up in Beulah, Geneva for the week of the 4th. So if you're free anytime that week, anytime I'm there, we should get together, brother.
But as a talking point from last week, Josh no longer sponsored by Blitzx. He's now sponsored by Depends Undergarments. So shout out to them out there in the chat room. Love you guys. Love you all at Depends. You've been taking care of people for generations. We love you guys. Thank you very much.
We're past for 10 minutes. Fuck off, Meacham.
There we go. There's our first one.
There we go. All right. Cheers for that.
Matt in the chat room. Hello, guys. How are you doing tonight? Everybody smash that like button. Yes.
Always.
All channels hit that.
Fuck's sake, Cleaver.
Colin watches the opening still. Seriously, that trial will be years gone. Johnny will be happily retired and making his 45th Captain Jack appearance because, whatever, he needs the money anyway. And we'll still be talking about that stupid shit the bed comment. Oh, my God.
Pretty much.
Tremendous. Oh, Lordy.
Hello.
Oh, Lordy.
Also, I apologize in advance if anyone can hear the fireworks that are going on behind me.
Nope.
Our local street fair is just down the street and they're shooting off fireworks.
Okay.
That's okay. In my neighborhood, 4th of July fireworks started 2 weeks ago. So I know.
Yeah, I was going to say, usually this time of year, you end up hearing random fireworks as places begin to prepare for their 4th celebration.
Yeah.
Testing stuff out, seeing how they look.
Yeah.
Yeah. Except on the south side of
That's fair.
Youngstown, it's usually playing the game of fireworks or gunshots.
Oh, yeah, I was about that. I was gonna make a joke about that, but yeah. You're right. You're sadly right.
Got Sam Fisher in the house tonight, all the way from the UK. Welcome. Thank you for joining
hello,
us.
Sam.
We'll be we'll be covering a couple shows from his neck of the woods here in the next 2 months. So there you go.
Matt says it's a bit off topic, but I have tickets for Disney's Hollywood Studios in Orlando for July. Going to Galaxy's Edge for the first time as a late birthday gift.
Dress like you're going to a nudist colony, but just a little more modest. Because July in Florida, goddamn, you're a brave soul, brother. Holy moly!
What's worse, July in Florida or July in Vegas?
I haven't been to Florida in July yet officially because I done learnt from trying to go any other time of the year. It's muggy no matter when you go back there. But July in Vegas is definitely a thing. You and I know about late June for sure, brother. So
absolutely, which kind of segues into our first talking point.
It does indeed.
Because the person who we saw,
it's right. I think Vegas is because it's just that dry, nasty ass heat in Vegas is what it is. But I also agree that for the most part, at Florida in general. Anyway, I'm sorry. You were bringing up the topic, and I totally cut across you because I'm trying to be producer guy, and I shouldn't be.
It's okay. As long as it doesn't happen when our guest is here.
I promise that won't be a thing because we were asked to curb language and be nice. So yes.
So we're gonna begin in the world of AEW.
Yes.
And it seems like every week we're discussing this gentleman. But some people still feel that he is too old and he doesn't draw.
Mm-hmm.
So CM Punk made his official return last week on Collision. We covered it. We did the watch along for it. The numbers are in. Debut episode of Collision, 816,000 views, which, while granted, isn't a million, that's damn good for a Saturday show that people thought was in a dead slot.
Yep.
That people said, oh, what's going to happen? College football is going to kick their ass to hurt. Number one, college football isn't going right now. Bite me. Number two, college football runs for like 12, 16 weeks. There's 52 in a year. Bite me. Number three, those are some respectable views and numbers for a debuting show.
Yeah.
For wrestling on a day and time where it hasn't occupied in close to 20 years.
Or on that specific network at all. They were on TBS back then. So
yeah.
TNT didn't cover it.
And then when he wasn't supposed to be here and crashed Dynamite, it was over 900,000 views for
the first time in a minute.
Again, not quite the million mark, but correct me if I'm wrong, and I'm going to direct this mostly to Jeff and James, since Josh has his Bret Hart, I could give less than a fuck about this topic sunglasses on. That's a drastic increase, right? That's not a piddly rise. That's a firework, so to speak.
Throw up Matthew's comment. That says everything you need to know about Collision last week and Dynamite this week, and the segment that there you go. You had the Elite and the BCC leading into Collision. Drew a decent quarter, I'm sure. But every quarter of that Saturday show for 2 hours, so 8 quarters, was higher than the match with Matt and Nick and Kenny and the BCC. Or not Kenny, I'm sorry,
right.
Paige. But even still,
well,
he's money.
I'll go, I guess.
Yeah, go ahead, James. You're good.
And like I put in the chat, until something more drastic comes, this will probably be the last time we discuss Punk, because he's back, the ratings are in, and the proof is in the pudding.
Yeah.
Go ahead, James.
Well, it is good that the ratings increased. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm of two minds of this because obviously the overall rating isn't really going to matter to the grand scheme of things. However, what it does show me is a couple things. That first off, am I coming in choppy or am I coming in all right?
You're good.
Because I keep having blackouts on my end. All right, cool. So yeah, I mean, I'm going into this of two minds. Obviously, the ratings don't matter, and they definitely hit their target demographic. They've definitely increased in that metric, and they definitely they crossed that demographic actually by like half a million,
right?
Which has been the first time in months that's happened, by the way.
Yes.
So there's that. There is positives there. So I do want to get that out of the way. But man, I never thought I'd fucking do this, but I'm gonna pull a fucking virtue and say, holy shit, did they really drop the ball ever since that All Out stuff? This is a week I really think in the general population of people that don't know a thing about the numbers like any of us do, they really needed this fucking million. And neither show that involved Punk on it got a freaking million views. And in turn, neither did the Elite on any of the shows that they were on in I don't even know how long.
Right.
So that to me is a very worrying sign because that unfortunately kind of proves my point that I said ages ago on Jay Hebert's Side of Things, episode 3, which is they chase people away with this bullshit. They absolutely, unfortunately enough, chase people away. They will not be coming back because there at one point, there was like 1.4 on an average some days, maybe 1.2. I'll be fair, say 1.2. Every week, Dynamite would generate that, and that was last year in early September. They were generating those views, and then they started gradually going down.
Right.
And then you equate that to all their other metrics going down, even though they're still profitable. That much needs to be said for anybody that thinks they're not profiting. They are. They've been profiting. They've been profiting well above the margin that they set for themselves, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
Still are. But it's still going down. They're still losing. They still lost some money on that. They lost some views. They lost some merchandise sales. They lost action figure sales. And it's been gradually going down ever since that happened.
Right.
That's not good for anybody that's on the outside looking in. At all. Which is that there is like obviously got a ratings, but it's not nearly to the peak as it was. I don't know, but it was coming into, I'm of two minds. It's like great for them that they got up to their, views and whatnot, and they actually increased the ratings, but it's not nearly as good as it was back in 2022, 2021, So it is kind of worrying to me. Just going to put that out there.
Let me play devil's advocate here for a little bit. Do you think that part of it is, number one, Punk isn't supposed to be on Dynamite, so the fact that he did show up and was the highest rated quarter hour of the show could be part of why Dynamite still hasn't hit the million. And then
maybe
the Collision side of things, like Colin said, when was the last time pro wrestling was on national TV on a Saturday night? You got to give a chance.
That is fair. Yeah, you're right.
116,000 for episode 1 is pretty damn good.
Let's
see
is
what the numbers come out for this week, and if it's an increase or a decrease. If it goes up, and let's say the numbers are It's a positive feedback. You know, especially with, as Josh pointed out last week, a lot of the ex-WWE stars that are being featured on Collision. Miro, Andrade, Swerve.
Yep. I mean, again, there's a lot of different people that are there, and you're right. And obviously, they're trying to load that up with names that would be recognized. And I'm not saying that those aren't factors either. Yes, Saturday nights is definitely a factor. Here's what I know, because I was of this camp for a long time before everything hit the goddamn fan. Hardcore AEW fans and hardcore wrestling fans, we got to remember, Rampage was on a freaking dead slot too. It got 1.7 million the night Punk showed up.
Mm-hmm.
Period. Buck stops and ends there.
Well,
so
right, but that was Punk being there, to be fair, yeah.
The fact is, you could throw any logistical excuse out there. The fact is, they did it once before, and all the odds were stacked against them, right? All those statistical odds were stacked against them, and they kept pulling like 1.1 millions for a while on Rampage because Punk was on it. And then obviously slowly would gradually go down, but then they keep posting 1 million on Dynamite because Punk would be on there. And a lot of the other stuff that people were interested was on there. So people were invested in AEW by that point until the shit hit the fan, and they lost a huge chunk of that people that just didn't want to deal with the bullshit. Now, maybe not a huge chunk. It's probably a small chunk, but it's still a chunk that just decided to say, you know what?
Chunk.
Yeah, like, I'm good. I'm good, fam. And it really does show to me that though they have lost that diehard feel that they had when they were in the beginnings of 2019, the uprise and during the pandemic of keeping it afloat in 2020, the resurgence in 2021, the emergence in 2022, and now it seems like we're at a lull because of all that crap that happened. And that's not good. That's not good to me. Like, it kind of hurts because, like, I used to be of that thing, but it's just like, you know, people are going to just not, they don't have time for this childish, petty shit. That's really what it comes down to. That, a lot of people kind of view that, which is, it's ironic to me, and I know exactly where you guys are going, because I agree. Wrestling's supposed to be petty. Otherwise, how are you supposed to have fucking feuds anyway? But that's a whole other discussion for a different time. But in this case, it's legit petty beef that people knew was legit, unfortunately, regardless of who else tried to say otherwise. Sorry. But I digress on that. Bottom line is they knew it happened, and they were like, yeah, I'm good. And they lost that crew, and they ain't getting it back. Like, a lot of New Japan fans, they're new fans. They're not of the 80s and 90s. You know, they're not of the early 2000s. They all dropped off, you know. And they, you know, what New Japan did was build a new audience with Tanahashi and Okada feud, the Okada and Omega feud, all that stuff that happened there. And then built a new audience from there out of the dark ages of Enochiism, pretty much at the basically the Vince. What is the Vinceism here in America? Basically, is what Enochiism was at the tail end of Enochi's run. So they didn't get a lot of those fans back. They just made new ones. So now AEW is challenged with the task of making new fans with this, which, you know, that's really where we're at. They have a good start here. They have a great jump start with, you know, 800 views and 900 views respectively on both shows when you look at the numbers there. But, you know, a year ago they were drawing, you know, it's a glass half full, glass half empty kind of thing is basically what I'm trying to say. So
I hear you.
Yeah.
And you do make some valid points there. I don't disagree that the drama drove off a lot of people.
I should
but
know
at the
one of
same time, though, I feel like now that Punk is back, and Jeff, you can retort to this if you choose. I'm going to come to Josh last, since he clearly gives two shits about this topic because he's wearing the sunglasses and everything. But I feel like it's going to be a slow riding of the ship here. It's not going to happen overnight. I feel like Tony Khan, AEW, The Elite, and Punk, it's going to take some time for the fans to see, okay, things are fixed. Maybe we should give this company another chance. It's very much akin to, without being near as traumatic, the Hogan Bischoff era in TNA.
Yeah.
It took a little bit of time, once the dust had settled to that, for people to finally start to come back and be like, hey, you know what? They've actually got good matches again. They don't have all the bullshit that came with Hogan and Bischoff. They've got arguably the greatest women's division in fucking wrestling right now. It's going to take a little bit of time, and granted, the Punk Elite bullshit didn't go on, wasn't as drawn out, didn't last as long as the Hogan Bischoff administration. But I kind of feel like it's going to need the same little bit of time to generate that goodwill, generate that buzz again. What do you think on that?
I'm gonna quote one of my favorite people, and there's a lot to unpack there, like a lot. So, first of all, I love what Colin said about the point of AEW. There are so many holes in that company right now. There is a potential for greatness. It's just there's been a shift since Brawlout.
Agreed. Really quickly, Colin, if you check your Facebook Messenger, I sent you the link if you want to come on. Because I did see this comment.
Yeah. And
so
we
if
miss
you'd like
you
to join us.
Yeah.
Links in your messenger.
Yeah. And we miss you talking wrestling, brother. Like I said, looking forward to like hell to Tuesday, man. There's so much going on. You talk about the comparison to the fall off after the Hogan Bischoff experiment in TNA Impact Wrestling. I think the difference there is that TNA had been well established as an alternative. Yes, they brought in a shit ton of WWE people, but they were still different than rather than less than or trying to be greater than. They recognized what they had and they were different. AEW, for whatever reason, Tony made this, decision, came off immediately as a fanboy and did not was not quiet about the desire to compete. And, Colin made a good point earlier. They beat, granted, the WWE developmental brand, but it was still the hottest brand in the company at that point. NXT was on fire when they went up against Dynamite and they lost. And that's why they moved to Tuesday nights. There's so much potential good in AEW, but potential does not get you pay dirt. It doesn't hit that, unfortunately. That's just the way it is in this business. And with so many negative connotations, and it was brought up by James as far as creating new fans, we unfortunately don't live in the late 90s anymore, where there was so much emphasis on the shock value of television, whether it was Jerry Springer or South Park or anything of that nature, that anything that was different than or the alternative to what our parents were watching on the good old boys networks, we latched onto it like a baby to a milk filled teat. It was like, oh, this is cool, this is different. And we're not in that time anymore. And by turning off as many fans as AEW did, by letting this bullshit play out in the public eye, whether they meant to or not, James is right. It definitely was a detriment. And having to create new fans rather than regenerate the interest from the previous fans is a much tougher road to plow than it was in 1996, 97, 98, and even going into the year 2000, because the WWF had those talents and they had that brand value to go, you know what, these guys used to be good and now they're starting to do what WCW is doing. I might give them another chance. AEW has the star power. They also have the homegrown talent, but they don't have the long tenured rep where they shot themselves in the foot. Now they're in intensive care and they're going to be there for a minute.
Yep.
And we as, fans, we as commentators, we as podcasters have exercised a great amount of patience, I think, with AEW because of the overemphasis from the, peripheral media, out. We tried for this whole year. We've all talked about it. We tried to avoid it, but it was like a freaking albatross around our collective neck that it got brought up at some point. We're past it now.
Yep.
Punk is back in the company. The Elite well established is back in the company. We seem to be on a path where there may be the money match. Aaron is still convinced that we're going to have Punk and Omega, which I'm freaking here for. Well, yeah, and that's the thing. Well, and again, it's not just Big Dave. I'm going to give Big Dave a little bit of a pass here. I only say that because it's actually people like Eric Bischoff, who before Punk even returned to television was lighting his ass up like a Christmas tree because of shit Punk had said in the media. It's like, if we as fans want this company to succeed, let the proof be in the pudding and not preemptively shoot them out of the sky with a blowgun, a blow dart, excuse me. Let this play. TJS, one of our contributors on ODQ all the time, he'll be on the review, I think, Tuesday as well, on Tuesday night. Let it play out. The problem with letting this play out is we're so entrenched in the thought process of a bunch of freaking dramatic prima donnas, being babies, behind closed doors out in public anyway. We're not so inclined to like, okay, shit's over. Let's see what happens. I was legitimately surprised at not the outcome of the match because, he's got to lose on TV once in a while. You can't just go win, freaking 52 weeks in a row. And having him, he didn't lose the fall. Let's be clear. Starks took the fall tonight for those of you missed Collision. Punk's not going to lose on television yet, but his team lost, right? But same time, problem is there's not going to be this grand shift in 2 weeks. He just came back. He got a pop because they were in Chicago. You noticed.
Yeah.
There was a mixed reaction when his music hit. But as the match progressed tonight, we know exactly what's going on. Even with Punk and FTR openly supporting and acknowledging the Hart Foundation and the Hart family, Toronto's like, yeah, I'm good. F you anyway. And they did. They turned on him.
Which brings me to Richard's question, which I had starred.
Okay.
And he asked, do you guys think that Punk should be heel?
Yes.
Especially if he continues to get the mixed reactions like tonight, or keep him the top babyface of Collision?
No.
I'm going to say it just like this. I've said it a couple times now, and I'll say it again. He needs to be Bret Hart 97.
Yep.
Face in Chicago, heel everywhere else.
Yeah.
You figure, especially if he's going to keep running with FTR, and I feel like it's going to be long-term for now. Otherwise, they wouldn't have made CMFTR shirts.
Yeah, exactly.
They need to be essentially the new Hart Foundation.
Yep.
Circa 97, post Austin and Hart at WrestleMania 13, where Bret was a face in Canada and honestly internationally.
Yes.
And he was a heel throughout the entire U.S.
Yes, exactly.
That needs to be Punk right now.
Go ahead and put Sam's
and
comment about.
I feel like the top guys would be cool with that.
Hey, FTR were great heels as the Revival, and Punk, as Colin said, has always been best as a heel. I never really
that because that's part of why I was behind you.
Right.
I was watching my best of 2017 NXT DVD beforehand, and watching the Revival versus DIY.
God, was that? And it's so funny to look on that back on that now, and how much of an asshole Ciampa and Gargano both became. Let's be clear on that. So it was just so funny to see look back on that. But yeah, as far as the mixed reactions, I said this in the group chat and the No DQ chat. The difference is, unlike Cena especially, well, actually no, unlike Reigns especially, who did not react well to the mixed reactions at the initial start of it, Punk ate that shit for breakfast and shit out gold. He was like, yeah, he was playing into it. John didn't know what the hell to do with himself that first year. He didn't. He was completely deer in the headlights when the crowd turned on him going into the match with Jericho at SummerSlam. We all saw it. We all watched it happen. The same with Reigns. When they were trying to shove Reigns through our skulls in late 2014, early 2015, he looked lost. Cena punked him out on that microphone going into No Mercy, and he blew over his damn self. That's why they put him with Paul. And he's grown exponentially in the last 3 years. But at first, my God, was it bad. Reigns was lost. John recovered a little bit quicker, I think. But even still, he never ever turned heel again after that. So he didn't have to try to shift and then reshift. Punk is fine with being a bad guy. He even mentioned that last week in the promo, love me, hate me, whatever. He's all about it. And as was mentioned earlier, Punk is best as a heel and a zero fucks given heel at best. Phil could give a fuck if anybody outside of his wife and his dog liked him. Okay? That's just the way Punk is. He doesn't give a shit, right? So if that many people in that country, that city want to boo him, he will walk out there with an American flag or even a Chicago flag just to really piss everybody off and dance around Shawn Michaels 97 style and embrace it. This is the way Punk is.
Josh, you have been patiently waiting with your no fucks given attitude. What have you got to say about this?
He likes his Oreos and his milk, apparently. Oh, God, he's really going to...
There's a show tonight? Oh.
Oh, my... Okay. All right.
In all seriousness, I'm over Punk. I'm over talking about him. Seriously, I'm over the man. So,
if you want to be serious, take off the glasses for one thing. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm over Punk. That's it. I'm over the man.
There you go.
To respond to both people in the chat room, yes, Reigns was being pushed through as a top guy when he was reacting, trying to react against the grain. But if you're put in that main event spot, you should be able to compensate for that unexpected reaction. That's why John did what he did. That's why Punk's doing what he's doing now. With Punk, it wasn't unexpected. John, it was. Cena was completely like, what the hell, for about a month or two. Once he got to SummerSlam, he was like, all right, they're going to boo me because they like Chris and they don't like me. Okay, fine. And yeah, suffering succotash during the feud with, I think that was a feud with Johnny. He did that dumbass promo. It was dead on arrival. His entire run, as stupid as this sounds now, was derailed. Could have been completely in jeopardy with a horrible reference in a promo. But again, Paul reining it in, letting him find that inner Joe within him that the Usos have talked about for years, that Joe's always been that way. He was forced to be a baby face because that's what the old man wanted. Beating heel's more fun anyway. Ask anybody. Hell, ask me. When I got to do that ridiculous brief stint in the Indies, with you too, especially. It's so much more fun to be bad because you have freedom. When you're being a good guy, babyface, you have to toe the line and be a hero and be a good role model. You're a heel, you can scratch somebody's eyes out and throw it back in their face. And, well, I'm a bad guy. That's what I'm supposed to do. It's about how creative you get. We all know CM Punk can be a very creative heel when he's given the right direction. When he's given a bullet point, he can take it and run with it. We'll see.
Yeah. By the way, do I sound like good? Am I? Hopefully, I'm not coming in choppy anymore.
No, you sound good for now.
Yeah. All right.
We'll
cool.
see if anything happens with your connection the longer we go. But you sound good for now.
How bad was it? Because I have no idea.
It was pretty splotchy there for a while.
All right. Well, hopefully, did anybody actually get to hear my point or no? Probably not.
Fucker.
All right. Cool. Yay. Well, there's that at least. Yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of over it too, but I want to see where it goes at this point. But yeah, like I'm kind of like, I think people are just want it to be over and done with. I think a lot of people are probably going to be like, I don't even know if they're going to even tune in to see if they do the match now. I think they're just going to wait. At least a good majority of people who left are going to be like, okay, if I do come back, I'm waiting until after they get through this bullshit. I don't even think they care that much anymore, which is really weird because I was so gung-ho about like, oh, they should do this now. They should do this now or do it as soon as possible when they can get them back. And it looks like it's kind of the opposite. But then again, it was the first couple weeks, so we'll see.
I was going to say,
agree with you. I think that if Tony Khan made a huge announcement on Dynamite, and he came out and he said that the main event of All In at Wembley Stadium was going to be CM Punk and Kenny Omega, all those people would come back.
I agree with that.
Because they want to see the resolution of this.
I
think
I don't know. We'll see.
Would come back.
I know. Aaron would be a buyer for that if Punk Omega was the main event of any show. He said tonight on his recap of Collision, that's the money match that he wants out of AEW at this point. So I co-sign with it. Absolutely. I could give a shit if we get the Elite against CMFTR. Punk and Omega's money.
Mm-hmm.
And
I agree.
And to a lesser extent, as far as my caring goes, I want to see the definitive Bucks versus FTR program, even if it is for one pay-per-view to finally get it in. Then cool, but don't make it a 6-man just for the sake of we're gonna get it. Like, I don't care about that. I don't.
Yeah, I agree with that.
And I didn't when it happened. I'm over the discussion about it. Everybody's back now. They're all in their own little thing right now. Punk's in the Owen tournament. The Bucks are with or the Bucks are still feuding with the BCC. Kenny's got Ospreay tomorrow. God, that's one of the only reasons I'm mad I'm not going to be doing the coverage with you guys. And I'm going to be where I'm going to be tomorrow, which I'll plug later. But God damn it. Ospreay and Omega in North America. Yes, please. Jesus.
Yeah.
I agree. It's like the reason I'm watching real. Okada and Danielson too. Yeah, those two.
All right. I think that's good for that one. We will move on from that topic. I'm sure Punk will be discussed at least slightly again later because we will be taking a look at the Owen brackets and giving our thoughts. Mm-hmm. And as Jeff said, Punk is in the tournament. But the next thing that I wanted to bring up is I saw an article this week. For the life of me, I couldn't find it when I went back to go and searching for it for my source. but I saw it pop up on my timeline. An article that stated that Vince McMahon and Triple H were both very interested in trying to bring Hangman Adam Page to the E as soon as his contract is up next year. And basically this comes down to thoughts and opinions on it. Do you feel like he would be a good fit in WWE? Do you feel like he would flounder in WWE? Would he get sent immediately to NXT and he wouldn't get the main roster push that he probably deserves coming straight in?
Nope.
What do you think, James?
I'll be real with you, JJ. The minute he fucking shot on Phil, he fucked his chances of ever going to the main roster, hot shotting it. He's NXT if he goes there, I guaranteed. He ain't going to the main roster. They are gonna teach him proper etiquette, or they're gonna feel what they feel is proper etiquette. Because I'm for the record, I think Hangman has learned his lesson. If not from some other freaking people, probably smarten him the fuck up. But even still, I think they'll be wary of trying to put him on the main roster after the crap he did with Punk, especially now when you consider Triple H and Phil are tight now, or at least better acquaintances than they have been in a long time. So
that's fair. Do you think they would? Do you think that they would at least do like a surprise Rumble debut for him, like they did AJ, just to get that pop in like a huge setting, and then maybe put him down in NXT? Or do you think he would just be straight NXT bound?
I think personally, I wouldn't do that. And quite honestly, I don't even know where you fit Adam Page on the card unless you're going to put him in the mid card, because he can't go for a world title. So I think it would probably make more sense for him to go to NXT and kind of help out there a little bit anyway. To be honest, if they are going to bring him in and he lets his contract expire, which, you know, probably in his mind, I'm sure there's a lot of reasons why he wants to get out of there. I could do a few I can think of off the top of my head. A lot of the IWC, I'm just saying. But you know, we'll see. Really, I don't know. I think he would probably go right to NXT just because of that little hesitation. I think there is going to be slight hesitation especially from Vince. I mean, at the end of the day, yeah, Hunter is like the main creative force or whatever the hell, but let's be real. It's still Vince's company. You really think Vince is going to let him go in there after the bullshit he pulled? There's no way he didn't get wind of that. Not a chance. But yeah, you know.
That's fair. That's fair. I mean, the only place I could really think of squeezing him in main roster right now would be to put him with the OC because of the Bullet Club connection. But other than that, like, I feel like it would be a stretch.
Him and Cody makes more sense than him and freaking OC at this point.
That's fair. That's fair. Didn't even think about that. And then once the Judgment Day breaks up, you could also throw Finn into that.
Yeah, maybe.
Josh, what are your thoughts?
James saying that, you know, with Hangman Page shooting on Punk, that putting Triple H and Vince off. Triple H and Vince are probably going, yeah, that's my boy. Yeah, no, they don't like Punk. So they're probably cheering on Page like crazy for that. He's not going to NXT. That's idiotic craziness. They didn't send AJ to NXT. They're not going to send Adam Page to NXT. That's not going to happen. And yeah, best thing to do with Adam Page, sweet goodness, I'm tired, is put him with the OC. Exactly what JJ said. best thing for him.
I want to rebuttal that in that.
Please do, James.
Because I would love to know how Punk is hated by the E when he literally went down there and had a very casual conversation and made amends with Hunter, which has been widely reported from anybody that was actually there when he showed up. I'm just saying, I don't know how that's. Oh yeah, Vince sure doesn't like him. I'm sure, but that doesn't mean. Here's another thing though. You know what Vince hates more than freaking people that has given him disagreements? People who don't know how to do proper business. Here's a case in point: Lita and Edge and Matt. He literally sat them down and threatened that if they didn't do business, he would legitimately not let them work anywhere, and he would make sure he called every state in the athletic commission, which he could have done at the time, so they couldn't even wrestle anymore. He was willing to go that far because he realized there was money with this, and he threatened. Now, whether that was ethical, we'll have arguments about that all day long, but the fact is he did that. Lord knows how many times where Vince was double-crossed in the industry. Lord knows how many times he's been backstabbed. If there's one thing that he cannot stand, it's people going into business for themselves. There is no way, even if it is CM Punk, Vince is ever going to freaking let that, go to the wayside. Just because he did it to Punk. And he's like, aha, yeah, good job. No. Vince is, I've accused Vince of a lot of petty shit, but being stupid as a businessman ain't one of them. So,
Vince is about making money.
Yes.
That's what he's been about. That's what he was about when he purchased the shares from his father and Gorilla and everybody else in 1982. It's what he will always be about until they bury him high on that hill in the back of his mansion estate, because that's Vince McMahon. Damn it. Unless you actively do his family dirty, and even then, Randy Savage is in the Hall of Fame, and Lord knows there are allegations about that over the years.
Stephanie.
Thank you for the obvious, Josh. I was trying to not be so fucking unsubtle. Jesus Christ. God damn. Anyway, threw me off now. Fucking hell. If there's money to be made, Vince will welcome anybody back. You could have knocked me over with a feather when I saw Sable walk back on to SmackDown. Okay? Hogan too. When Hogan came back in 2002 and Hall and Nash, found out later that it wasn't such a non-amicable split when the Outsiders left.
Mm-hmm.
But Hogan, God, Hogan, yes.
How many times did Warrior come back?
Go ahead.
Exactly. Warrior was brought back. And, okay, the first 2 times Warrior was brought back, it was before he personally attacked the company for years. And then...
Is he in the Hall of Fame?
Yep.
He's in the Hall of Fame. And right before he left, or right before he came back, or in the years before he was welcomed back, he was very down on the company. Freaking superstar Billy Graham was honored as a legend and a hero when he passed away this year. Motherfucker went on Donahue and tried to bury the company. Bruno Sammartino, for Christ's sakes. The greatest WWF champion of all time. Spent decades doing anything he could to make sure, thank you, to make sure that WWE would not get as over as it was. Didn't work because it's Vince, but yes, sir.
How many times did our boy JEFF JARRETT come back?
Oh my God!
Jeff Jarrett held him up with a freaking pistol. We talked about that on his podcast. Yeah, not really, but yeah.
He's in the Hall of Fame, right?
What's that?
He's in the Hall of Fame, right?
He's in the Hall of Fame.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Okay, so just wanted to make sure,
Joni.
Because Vince is a petty motherfucker.
Yeah.
Who doesn't know how to do business and make money.
Yeah. Joni God, I love you, Joni. Forgive me. My goodness. How bad did that go sideways between the time she left and the time she died? My goodness. There should be no reason that company acknowledges her. They do. Because it's best for business. Excuse me one second.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and
Anyway.
that's the other. Yeah, sorry, Jeff. I was gonna just add to your point as well. Like, Vince has made amends with so many people that it may take a while with him and Punk. Fair enough, especially because Punk probably doesn't want to make amends with Vince quite yet. I wouldn't blame him either, by the way.
Well,
but he did with Hunter.
Okay,
And
so
because I think he was willing to make amends with Vince.
Vince told him to go away.
But Vince told him to leave.
Yeah, Vince asked
when Punk had his conversation with Paul.
Yeah,
and they buried the hatchet, and he asked if he could stay for a while. Paul had to call Vince.
Right.
Vince said no.
Yeah, and
but
from what
had Vince been there, and Paul talked to his father, I'm sure that things would be different. I'm not using Hunter in this because we're talking about legitimate people here, not fucking gimmicks.
Oh, well, I call him Hunter anyway, so then, whatever.
I know, but I'm just saying, like...
Yeah, it's... And from what came out in the reports about that, it wasn't like, nah, make that son of a bitch go away. It's like, probably not a good idea if he stays. It wasn't anything like, nah, fuck him. It's like, no, it was just like, he's here. Everybody knows he's here anyway. Let's not have the shit stirred anymore. Let's just, he made nice with you. Cool. I don't want to get down the rabbit hole tonight. I got shit to do. I got a show to run, even though he's not running the show. Vince has always been done what's best for business. I think even if they are still sideways, it's Punk's always been about what's best for business too. He's proven that. He's proven me wrong, and I have admitted as such in the last couple of weeks. Much like with Goldberg, I apologized for my personal attacks about the way I feel he does business. Different things. Now, I will say that part of Punk's grand return to wrestling 2 years ago, or whatever it was, almost 3 now, was that he flat out said he was never going to be better about wrestling in the place in wrestling that made him sick. And that was the Vince McMahon run WWE.
Yep.
And I think that will be the biggest sticking point for Punk, Phil, whatever you want to call him. I don't think he'll want to go back to the company, especially now that there's been a buyout, especially now that the corporate umbrella is larger but still under that McMahon shadow. I don't think that he'll want to necessarily go back, mainly because it'll make him feel like he caved into his principles if he does go back while Vince is still having an active say in the day-to-day. If it was what we all thought it was earlier this year with Paul and Nick Khan and Stephanie to an extent running the company, I think it would be a different discussion regarding Punk's return to WWE. As far as Hangman Page, since that was the actual topic that was brought up,
getting back to that,
I could give a shit a show in WWE. I honestly could. I know people like Hangman. That's great. I've never, ever gotten it with him. Ever. I've never understood it. I've never gotten the appeal. Of everybody in the elite, he's definitely the freaking the non-Rick, non-R, non-Oli. Like, no.
He is.
Yeah,
he's Paul Roma.
He is the weakest link. He is the weakest link.
Yeah. I wouldn't even call him Paul Roma because that would just be an insult to Hangman. I actually like Hangman Page as a person. I don't like Paul Roma. I think Paul Roma's an idiot. Having met him, I'm kind of good on that. But he's definitely the weak link of that elite foursome. And I've never understood the appeal. I was solidly behind every single person he ever feuded with in AEW. Period. just because it was nothing to do necessarily with him. It's just I didn't buy him. Oh, he's a plucky challenger. When he got there, he did dick with it. He was the worst world champion of this company so far, even with Max Buster Run, because of the Punk thing with Raw. He was the worst AEW champion so far, and that's not saying he's not a good wrestler. He's a good wrestler. He's just not a decent enough character with oomph to make me buy a ticket, buy a pay-per-view, buy merchandise. That's what your world champion needs to be, that guy that hits those points, and he's not. He never was. I would buy Omega stuff. I'd even buy current Young Bucks stuff before I would buy Hangman Page stuff. So if Vince and Triple H are interested, there's something wrong in the report, or they're desperate, from my perspective.
Yeah, there's no way they're desperate. They're making money hand over fist.
Right.
And to me, it's like, to exactly your point, I mean, he's the weakest link of the Elite, and I don't think they really get along with what the Elite did with Punk and that all-out brawl-out thing. And Hangman started it all. There's no way. You know?
Well, no. It's I just don't see him. Truth be told, I've never really gotten the idea that anybody in the Elite, with the exception of the now evolved into a megastar Kenny Omega, is a WWE viable potential megastar. I don't see Matt and Nick as ever having been or will ever be top tier WWE tag team material. I don't. And that's not a knock on AEW making them so, or Impact, whatever the fuck they did with the Bucks, Generation Me nonsense, or them being
pre-Generation Me. I might have disputed you, because Indie Young Bucks pre-Generation Me, I think could have been like on fire in the WWE.
I was a fan of it.
I do believe that they've lost a lot of their luster.
Yeah.
Since becoming Generation Me, and even more so with everything that went down post-September.
Yeah. The only thing I'll counter on that statement about pre-Generation Me is that at that point, if they were the way they were, they would have been lost in that recalculous 3-brand or 2-brand tag team shuffle that was 2008, 2009. It was a train wreck over there at that point, and I don't think they had enough of a definitive different character than the Cologne, than the Hart Dynasty, than all those teams to have been able to stand.
Fair enough. Before I throw to Josh, I see you. I'm gonna throw to you. We are going to bring in the simple man with the spectacular voice.
Hey!
Noah Foster in the motherfucking house.
Boom.
Hello, gentlemen.
What is going on, Noah? How are you doing this evening? Good to see you.
Good to see y'all too.
Just to fill you in before we throw it to Josh for his opinion, and then we'll be coming to you. We're currently discussing the topic about Vince McMahon and Triple H potentially being interested in signing one Hangman Adam Page once his contract expires next year. Thoughts, opinions, would he be a good fit for the WWE? Where do you see him going, etc.? Go ahead, Josh.
Yeah, I'll co-sign with what Jeff was saying. Out of the Elite, Adam Page is the low boy on the totem pole. And in terms of the Young Bucks, I mean, I liked them when they feuded with Motor City Machine Guns in TNA. That was about it. They were good then. They are not the same now. They are meh. So, yeah, if anyone from the Elite does go, it's Omega.
See, and I feel like Omega is the type of dude that's going to fight for his boys. Like, you want me, you got to take them too.
And I think if that's the case, they'll be like, okay, deuces.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean,
exactly.
I know we're talking about Page, but I feel like Omega's enough of a star that WWE would want that they'd be willing to maybe take the Bucks, and then if they just don't perform to the level they feel like they should, you've been released. Future endeavored.
Yep.
Omega still has a job. I mean, you can walk out and pull a Naomi and a Sasha Banks if you want, or you can stay here and keep getting paid. But you're not going to be able to compete. How bad do you need to compete? Noah, what are your thoughts about WWE's potential interest in Hangman Adam Page?
It just sounds like one of those fans are just trying to add more to an already overinflated roster. They don't know necessarily what to do with everybody as they're trying to build new people through the NIL program out of college, and they don't know what to do with them either through NXT. It's just one of those fans where it's like name value, recognition. He's part of the elite, but he's not the guy from the elite that we want, because Kenny Omega will not come without the Young Bucks because they're a package deal. And honestly, they probably would just make him lose in the shuffle, sit somewhere, and just constantly take a drink. I don't think he would fit in the WWE ecosystem because he's always been one of those just kind of rolls with emotions. But now that he's back with his dysfunctional family, it makes more sense for him. There's really no fit for him, I see, in WWE. It's just WWE once again trying to put the proverbial stamp on everything.
It's fair. Matthew says, Omega, while I haven't always been a fan, as a businessman, he can take a lesson from AJ Styles. Switching up to the WE could prolong his career. That's a fair shout there.
Yeah, but I mean, AJ also didn't have a completely, even when TNA had its dog worse and treated him like he was next to nothing, he still had an amicable split as humanly possible with TNA. Whereas, on Raw with one of the guys that was in part of the creative process. So, I don't know. The whole thing's a mess, I think. I think a lot of things will be, in fact, trust me, with Vince in the chairman chair still, there's no way they're not looking into that as a factor. Like, if this is how they're going to treat this promotion, what the hell? How the hell are they going to act here?
It's fair.
So,
all right, good discussion. You came in at a good time, Noah, because you didn't have to talk the CM Punk topic that we had to kick things off.
There you go.
I remember how you were last week about all that, so you were able to avoid that with your delay.
There you go.
We are going to take a break here and take a look at what's in store for Renegade's reviews come July. And then when we come back, we're going to continue with our AEW conversation, and we're going to be discussing the Owen. Stay tuned. And we are back, and Jeff is losing it because he once again forgot about the Mickey Mouse at the end there.
Yeah, then I had a mouthful of trail mix. I was trying to finish this during the break. I just couldn't finish it in time.
Do I sound re-roll? I hope I don't sound re-roll.
You did before the break.
I know I did. Yeah, I changed browsers because clearly the other browser is not working. It might be a Wi-Fi issue, by the way, because we have high humidity here. So yeah.
Gotcha. Yeah, I know you've been having connection issues lately, which is why I wasn't tripping about it. But yeah, you do sound better for now.
Yeah, well, let's hope it stays that way. I'll try Edge next if that don't work. I'm using Chrome right now.
Chrome is what I usually use.
Same.
Yeah,
good choice.
That's what I was using it, but like Edge, I was using Opera GX, and that's been going good for me the last few times I used it. So I don't know what's going on now.
I have a Chromebook. My choices are what they are.
It is
exactly.
what it is. But we are back. We are back, and as we keep going here, we just want to remind everybody that if you want to dictate the conversation, like Noah says, super chat, it's as simple as that. And if the Casa D18 Studios channel can raise $100 between tonight and tomorrow night's broadcast, I will get military buzzed live on the air during the Money in the Bank watch-along call.
There you go.
For clarification, are you saying from the start of tonight's show to the start of tomorrow night's, or between the two shows?
Between the two shows.
Okay.
There you go.
So once the Forbidden Door watch along tomorrow ends, it's over.
Got it. Okay. Very good. Just want to be clear on that for the public, if you will.
Not a problem.
The monies.
So we're getting into now to a conversation piece that I'm really curious to dive into and see people's thoughts. What I want to try to do is we're going to go through each of the brackets here for the Owen. I want us to give our thoughts on the competitors, and maybe to steal a phrase from a Simple Man's show, maybe do a little simply predicting here as to who we think we'll see in the finals of these tournaments. First up, we've got the women. And this is a horrible graphic, but it's the best one I could find. Sorry, guys. So we've got Dr. Britt Baker, do it with us all, DMD versus Ruby Soho. We had Anna JAS versus Sky Blue last night on Rampage. Sky Blue advanced.
Woo!
Willow Nightingale versus Nyla Rose tonight. Willow Nightingale advanced.
Nice.
And we've got Athena versus Billy Starks on the 0 hour of Forbidden Door. We had a nice long conversation about that one last night, didn't we, Noah?
You're damn right we did.
Oh boy.
Uh-oh.
Don't worry, we're fine. I got everything I needed out twice now. Not just last night's predicting, but before I came on here, I just got done recording a 2-hour podcast with the ATW crew. So stay tuned for that to drop tomorrow. Thank you, James, as always.
Yeah. Well, really briefly, because I don't want to go down that rabbit hole to Wonderland.
Please don't.
We basically discussed the fact that as prestigious as the Owen is supposed to be taken, it's on the kickoff. It's not even on the main card.
Right.
And then you've got matches that seem kind of thrown together last minute, like Adam Cole and Tom Lawler.
Right.
That are on the main card. Just for an example. So
no, I got you.
Noah, since you came in last, we're going to throw to you first because I know you're also trying to multitask. So that way you can get your opinion out and get back to what you're multitasking. What are you thinking about the combatants here in the women's bracket? Who do you see moving on to the finals? Just overall thoughts here.
I kind of like the idea that, again, you do have veterans and longer-term experience names here versus bright, young uppercomers, independent stars, and AEW originals. The fact that one of these opening matches, literally last year's final of the Owen at Double or Nothing, if you remember, against Dr. Baker, DMD, and Ruby Soho, where Dr. Baker won the Owen overall, and there seemed to be mutual respect. But now that Ruby Soho's an outcast, there's been a bad blood between these two, and kind of continues that feud as well. So I like that. So I could see that match going either way and continuing the ongoing rivalry with Outcast versus Originals. You got the other side of that, though, with Sky Blue right now, who's been having a lot of momentum push with her after previously challenging earlier this year for not only the AEW Women's World Championship, but the Ring of Honor Women's World Championship. Great matches, by the way. She definitely has come into her own, and she definitely is a star on the rise. Sky's the limit. Willow Nightingale, of course, NW Strong Women's Champion. Great boss fight tonight with Nyla Rose. And again, when I look at the last match, Billy Starks is one of the brightest young up-and-comers, heavily booked, respected, recognized in the game. While Athena right now, she is an athlete of a whole nother level of dominance and dynamic. Athena's the force in this tournament to watch out for. She is the one to be reckoned with. She is the obstacle to overcome. That's why I see her going towards the finals. As far as the other side, Sky Blue and Athena already ran it back for the Ring of Honor Women's World Championship. I think it's Sky Blue's time to finally get a big moment and a huge victory and give her even bigger opportunity. I think Sky Blue's going to take the women's own. I have Sky Blue taking the whole thing. The only thing I don't know at this point, you get Sky Blue versus Britt, and Sky Blue goes over a former AEW Women's World Champion who, again, she's not about being the player. She's about being a player and pushing forward the roster. Respect. Or do you somehow get shenanigans? You got Ruby Soho involved here, and you run back the end of that tag match collision with Ruby Soho and Sky Blue, where Sky Blue maybe gets the result again because, again, maybe Sheeta and Britt get involved here, and you set up Britt and Hikaru versus Ruby Soho and freaking Soraya at some point before all in. Either way, I look at this bracket. I kind of wish there was more surprising AEW young original talent, although Timel's pregnant, so that clearly couldn't happen. And I kind of wish Anna Jay got a little bit more of a chance, but again, with how she's been used as a sports entertainer, it is what it is with that. Sky Blue's got to be the one for me to win it. I think she deserves it the most. And I hope it's over Athena, because I think that would just be very poetic considering history, and that'd be a huge win, where Athena asks everybody, step up or step out.
It's a fair take. We're going to do it like this. Rather than running through the room and everybody saying the same thing, does anybody have a differing opinion to what Noah said? Josh, go ahead.
Final is going to be Athena versus Britt Baker. Athena wins.
No.
Interesting take.
I don't know who any of the others are, really. I don't.
Do you even watch AEW?
Once in a while on Wednesdays. I do not watch Rampage whatsoever.
That explains it, because you don't watch the product.
At least he's honest. He's young boy.
No, that's fair. That was me a year ago. I barely knew who any of these women were.
Right.
Now with the exception of Billy Starks, I know pretty much who every woman on this roster is, in this tournament. And somebody made a great point on simply predicting that having Starks and Starks win would just be fucking hilarious.
Yeah, I love it.
James, you look like you had your hand up. Go ahead, James.
Oh, I was just pointing to Jeff because he was trying to say something.
Oh.
Yeah. I don't see Athena winning, only because she's the Ring of Honor champion, much like I don't see Willow winning because she already has a championship. The point of the Owen, at least for me, is not only to honor the legacy and the memory of Owen and to support the foundation. You also want to get, at least this year, you want to get that spotlight on somebody that's going to run with it. Did Adam and Britt run with it last year? No, they didn't. I don't know why. Why hold the tournament if you're not going to actually do something with it? The fact that they're holding it primarily in Canada, it's going to end in Calgary, which is a big deal. They're going to have it in Owen's hometown. Can I see the brackets one more time, please, so I can have a proper
understanding of the women.
Understand. Yeah, thank you. Perspective. So we've got Willow advanced, and we've got Skies advanced, and either Athena. I think Athena will beat Billy. So we'll have Willow and Athena battle of champions in the semis, which is fine. And since Sky advanced, I would advance Ruby on Dynamite, and then you can have Sky versus Willow in the. Well, no, because that's an all baby face final.
Sky versus Ruby, if you do that, and to be fair, that would be a heel versus face dynamic.
Well, I mean, as far as in the final, since I said Athena wouldn't win, that means Willow would beat her. I honestly agree that Sky Blue should be the one to win. I mean, they kind of half-ass put her over because they were in Chicago, but she's getting a response. She got a good response tonight on Collision. So yeah, I'm okay with Sky winning it. I don't want Britt to win again. I like Britt. People don't like me the fact that I like Britt. That's fine. Just different circumstances of meeting her as opposed to the character. But I think that a young talent with, again, potential like Owen always had and never really got to explore would be a cool thing to do.
Exactly.
Okay. James?
I was just gonna say, like, I think that I will say there's a couple things. I think Blue is going to win it only because of exactly what you guys said. I think they're going to build an up and comer, and they are very high on Sky Blue. Have been for a while, even before they signed her to Tier 1 contract status. So I think she's definitely going to get the win. I will say I think the brackets are done way better as far as presentation on the women's side than the men. And the reason I say that is because as much as I understand why they're doing it for the new show, all the men's matches are basically on Collision with the exception of the one match on Forbidden Door. And I really do wish that, they decided to do, they kind of did what they did with the women here and spread it out between all three of their programming, and then plus put one on the pay-per-view like they did. I think the women was handled better in that regard because, so if some people are just Dynamite fans and not Collision fans, now you get to see a match from the women's Owen, and then vice versa for Collision people, and vice versa if there's any Rampage folk left out there, and it's just like, yeah, cool. You're using all your bases here, and you're not treating one show less than the other, even if one is arguably whatever. I always liked that. I liked it when freaking WWF was doing it back in the 90s, late 90s, when Sunday Night Heat and SmackDown were a thing. They were doing tournaments, and then they kind of had the tournaments go across all three shows just to make sure it goes faster. So I think it's a proper way to do tournaments anyway. Just include all your shows that you have on TBS and TNT programming. So that's my only thoughts on it.
Well, I definitely echo the sentiment in the room that Sky Blue is going to be the one to take this. But unlike most of you guys who think that it's going to be Sky Blue versus Athena, I think it's going to be Sky Blue versus Willow. I think they're going to try to make the most out of this whole Willow upsetting Mercedes Moné thing. As you noticed, they pointed it out tonight on Collision, how she had the upset of the year, by taking that belt and winning the championship from Mercedes Moné. I think they're really going to try to build with that and have her make it to the finals only to fall to Sky Blue. And then possibly go for a heel turn for Willow.
To counterpoint.
Please do. We did this last week and it was awesome.
I'll keep it simple. Yes, they're acknowledging the whole Mercedes Moné circumstance that Willow Nightingale did beat her. But again, injuries happen. It is what it is, the nature of the beast. Who's to say Mercedes Moné doesn't cost Willow in some capacity here during the tournament? Because I do think they are going to run back Mercedes Moné and Willow Nightingale. There's unfinished business with the CEO. Whether or not she has a counter at her side, that's a whole different story. Hello, Renegade Twins. That's why I feel like right now there is a different storyline ahead for Willow Nightingale. And I think right now they're not going to do the whole babyface, mutual respect final with two originals, one turns heel dynamic. I don't think they're going to do it with these two this soon, based on the fact that Sky Blue and Willow, they've really only come to know each other and really work as a tag team on two occasions. for about a year now between Ring of Honor and AEW. That's why I do feel like Athena right now is going to take something unique to upset her in this tournament. And I feel a bright underdog story with Sky Blue, who already had a chance to take her championship but fell short, is just poetic justice. So that's why I do think it will be Sky Blue versus Athena, and the biggest win for Sky Blue to date in her career.
Fair?
Yeah, actually, I can see that. I actually could see that.
Yeah, that's the good part, at least about the. And I need to see the men's bracket again, but
we're gonna get there.
Yeah, the women's bracket looks much more
dynamic
and undeterminable than it did last year. Like I pretty much came off easy to me that it was going to be Britt winning last year, even before they started the tournament matches themselves. It just kind of seemed obvious to me. Adam Cole was not as obvious. I mean, you know, having them win together was sweet. They're married. They're cute. It's gross. Whatever. But you know, this one seems much more of a challenge to predict, which I love about tournaments. So.
And that brings us to the men's portion.
Jeez.
Oh, jeez.
I mean,
so we've got
decent?
Punk versus Satoshi Kojima.
I love it.
Roderick Strong versus Samoa Joe.
ROH.
Dustin Rhodes versus Powerhouse Hobbs.
The Book of Hobbs.
And
Chapter
Juice
2.
Robinson versus Ricky Starks.
And continue war with Bullet Club Gold.
So
I'm gonna go first here because I honestly feel like we saw a little bit of foreshadowing of this tonight.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be Punk versus Starks in the finals.
Yeah.
With Ricky Stark going over.
Yep.
You nailed it. That's
Yeah,
exactly
100%
my
nailed it, Jay. Yep.
I agree. 100%.
Yeah. Which is why I want to see the bracket, because I was leaning toward the women being much harder to decipher. The men, like after tonight's show, you can almost see it, right?
Yep.
So yeah, I do find it a little dismaying that the entirety of the men's bracket, except Punk's match, is on a taped Collision.
Yes.
That's kind of a bummer.
Yeah.
But you know, they gotta get the tournament in somewhere, and you know, it's if they want to have the majority of the tournament take place in Canada, they might as well freaking Brian Cage get their shit in. So.
Yeah, true.
Especially within the summer before All In, and you got to consider if any events during this tournament, either the men or the women, for shadow matches that could come at AEW All In, which doesn't have a match yet announced.
I know, and they're still. Granted, tickets have kind of come to a little bit of a halt, but they're still selling. So
For that, I won't deny that.
I do love that they put Roddy and Joe together. God, every Ring of Honor fan is like, yes, please.
Every old school classic NXT fan is
true.
Going crazy too.
I will call that honestly if I can. I can't wait for that match.
Right. Well, if we're busy doing a little thing called Money in the Bank on Saturday, I'd be, yeah.
My other bold prediction here is Joe is going to go over Roddy, and Punk is finally going to get his first ever pinfall over Samoa Joe.
Oh, I like that.
Mm-hmm.
Have it mean something. Have it be part of the tournament. I like that, Jay, but it has to be live, though.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
I need that match to be live on television, whether it's Collision or Dynamite or whatever. That needs to be a live one-on-one Punk and Joe match.
That's a huge milestone to consider, considering Samoa Joe's year of dominance as the Ring of Honor television champion since beating Minoru Suzuki as well, JJ. You got to keep that in perspective. And it sounds like they're teasing the idea of Samoa Joe and CM Punk clearly by this tournament, but I don't think that's the big one-on-one that gives CM Punk that big winning moment. If CM Punk beats Samoa Joe on a taped television show, Samoa Joe's screwing CM Punk in the finals. If Samoa Joe wins, though, there's more suspension of disbelief in Samoa Joe and Ricky Starks.
It's true. That's a good point.
Mm.
Again, it's not as difficult as the women's, because I definitely see Punk going going. Ricky's winning. I think they have stutter stepped with him so much, and you guys all know, and the audience knows how high I've been on Ricky Starks, man. I have been with that guy since before he signed with the NWA. I'm like, yes, put this dude over.
Day one-ish.
Yeah. I've been down with Ricky since day one. He's been down with the Jeff Meacham Network since day one. He's wanted to come on here. It's just been a battle of talking to talent relations folks. Looking at you. Falling. There we go. Do that one. Wrong one. I was thinking about to a horrible PWG moment when I did this one for Daniels instead of the actual sign. My bad, Henderson, Nevada. Anyway, not really my bad. I did it on purpose, to be honest with you. That's okay. Because I'm a dick.
I understand the reference.
I think we need to get Joe and Punk at some point, whether it's in this tournament, whether it's if they're not going to have Punk being the main event at Wembley because they keep talking about, having him and MJF be diverted to later. Put Punk and Joe in Wembley Stadium. Jesus Christ. Like you talk about, because you mentioned they're kind of teasing it. It was mentioned on social media last week when they were in the ring together. It's been 6,000 days and something since they last touched, and it was like nothing had changed because they went to town with each other just like they did in Ring of Honor.
I literally talked about during our live call of a collision last time. Yeah. They literally encountered each other.
Yeah, there is so much history, and now that both companies are under that same, umbrella, man, just give me the match, give me the video package, give me the running back of the matches on the Honor Club. Like Jesus Christ, let's just do that. Like
the
seriously,
first two I think are on YouTube in their entirety.
They are. It's just they're so damn long. They're a commitment. You have to like, okay, I need to take my lunch break from work and to sit down after you watch this shit. It's that good and they're that long. God damn it, they're so good. Seriously, if you are a recent fan of wrestling and you only fell upon Punk in WWE or only fell upon Joe in NXT and WWE, my God, once we are done tonight, hell, if we weren't doing it live with a stream, I would say pause and go watch those matches. But God damn it, do yourself a favor and watch those matches tomorrow before Forbidden Door.
I watched those after watching the Main Event Mafia recall on Impact Wrestling because I watch all things wrestling.
Was that not the coolest damn thing that put that up the other day?
Yes, that was awesome.
I agree.
One of my favorite factions of all time.
And the reason they were doing.
I know, Jay. Sorry, we got off the rails. I happened to because
it's not even that.
Oh, okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, our surprise guest has joined us.
Oh,
surprise guest!
Give it up for our new Jeff Meacham Network Multiverse Media affiliate, Datilla.
Yay!
Welcome.
Hello, Datilla. How are you?
I'm doing good.
Good. Glad to hear.
There you go.
How are you guys?
We're doing well. Right now, we're kind of discussing our feelings on the Owen Hart tournament bracket.
Yeah.
Okay.
What are your thoughts of it, both the women's and the men? We were kind of doing the men's right now. If you want to give your thoughts on that one, then we can run back to the women's for you real quick.
I feel like the men's is a little bit more predictable than the women's, to say the least.
That's kind of what we were saying.
I think it's pretty obvious Punk is beating Kojima, and I think Joe is going to defeat Roderick Strong. Because you would want to do Punk versus Samoa Joe.
Exactly what we were just talking about. Like literally just talking about. That's tremendous.
Yeah.
And then for the other side of the bracket, what are you thinking?
From the other side of the bracket, Ricky Starks and Juice Robinson is a little hard, but I think it's pretty obvious Powerhouse Hobbs is going to defeat Dustin Rhodes.
Yeah.
Dustin, the seasoned veteran, putting over the younger talent. God bless him.
And then
Dustin Rhodes seems real out of place for me in this tournament.
Yeah, well, I mean,
don't get me wrong. I love Dustin. I love Goldust. I love the natural. Longtime fan of his, but just he feels so out of place in here. Like Punk makes sense because when he came to AEW, he said he wanted to get the new generation ready.
Correct.
I feel like that spot that Dustin has could have gone to somebody else, maybe Sammy Guevara. Because until the whole match got made with, the trios match, and until they announced a Double or Nothing that Ty Conte was pregnant,
right?
I was sure that was going to be the men's and women's winners, kind of like last year, have the couple win, Sammy and Ty.
Well, as far as being out of place, Jay, he is the only one in the bracket that actually worked with Owen.
That's fair.
Yeah. Speaking of which, this occurred to me as well. I know we meme on him a lot. How did they not put Jeff Jarrett in? He was literally his tag team partner before he died.
I think putting Jeff in would make him too much of a sympathetic, let's have him win babyface. And they don't want Jarrett to be that guy in AEW.
No,
especially if Aubrey had to count the pinfall 1, 2, 3 for him to win it.
If Aubrey is refereeing and he wins the tournament, like that instantly devalues any sort of heel because he's winning the tournament named after his buddy. And
Noah.
Breathe, Noah.
Breathe,
Here
Noah.
we go.
Breathe, Noah. Okay, brother. You're good. It's not real. It's not real.
Over. She's not competitive anymore. It's over. It's over.
He's not in the tournament. It's okay. It's okay. James, what you do, James? Jesus Christ. It's okay, Noah.
I'm just bringing it up.
We got Noah in late. You damn near broke the boy. Just
Sorry.
It's okay, Noah. We love you.
As you were, I'm working on other stuff.
For the other side of the bracket there, Datilla, I was saying it's probably going to be Hobbs versus Starks. Starks going on to the finals, and Punk losing to Starks.
Oh, I didn't. Okay, I can see it.
Because again, I think Punk wants to get the new generation over, and kind of, by giving Starks that moment. It's like Ricky Starks just beat CM Punk.
Right?
Yeah.
Made man status.
And I was going to say that as far as Punk working, Starks facing Powerhouse Hobbs in that round, you've got arguably two of the most dominant FTW champions, not named Hook, that they've kind of put over in AEW, because Hobbs was with Team Taz, as was Ricky Starks. Well, I don't know if Hobbs ever won the title or not, but he
never did. Yeah.
Taz. Okay. No, either way, he was. Oh, that's right, because he was Starks' heavy as the FTW champion. That's right.
Bingo.
Either way, Team Taz, the Mega Tazes explode at the part of the tournament.
The Mega Tazes with and this time with 2 Z's or 3. I can't tell.
Right.
Well, yeah. TAZ.
Go ahead, Josh.
So I have a different prediction, and my prediction is basically against yours again. My prediction for the finals: Punk, after he defeats Samoa Joe, versus Dustin Rhodes.
Wow.
After he defeats Powerhouse Hobbs, and he will defeat Ricky Starks. If you guys want to get Punk versus Starks, why not just have Starks cost Punk the match to start the feud? Just an idea.
Starks right now is too over as a babyface.
But I also want to see Punk versus Dustin Rhodes in the finals. It makes sense. Punk is a big Hart fan in general. Dustin worked with Noah. It makes sense logically, since you don't have that no good son of a gun Jeff Jarrett in there.
The only thing I have an issue with is like you said, if Starks costs Punk to start their feud, that automatically puts Ricky in the antagonist role. And what, other than the goodwill, because Dustin is so beloved by the majority of the wrestling world, what does it do for anybody long term?
Yeah.
As far as Dustin winning the tournament. Like I said, we all said it. I love Dustin. I will put that family over until they put me in the ground. I love all three of those gentlemen. I always will.
Right.
But I don't know if making it a goodwill thing after really not doing anything with it other than Adam and Britt won last year, they need to make the Owen mean something more than just it's for Owen, it's for the foundation. If they're going to be AEW stamp on it, have it be run on AEW cards, they have to make it mean something within AEW.
So I don't think Dustin's going to win it. I think if they do have Punk in it, Punk's not going to lose and be pinned for a bit, honestly. I don't see that.
Right.
But here's the thing. You're actually trying to trust Tony Khan to book something with logic here.
Well,
so
to be fair, remember, Tony's not the only one booking anymore, and he's also definitely not the only one booking this tournament.
Very true. Come on, Will Washington. Yeah. But I digress.
He also has booked more stuff logically than other people you can name that you probably do know, young boy. But anyway, continue.
Yeah, but fair enough. Again, it's do you want Punk to take a pinfall loss this quickly?
What do you think, Attila? What do you think?
What?
What do you think?
I don't think they're gonna have CM Punk lose right away. I think it's gonna be a while before he actually loses. Well, technically, his team lost tonight on Collision, but he didn't get the pin. He didn't
That's
get
still
the
a loss.
though.
Still counts. Still a loss.
But we'll see. I think that if Punk loses in this tournament, oh crap, it's kind of hard. Let me see, because how can you make him lose without getting pinned? You have him get DQ'd, but then that would be such a cheap way to get a victory. You know?
Count out.
Ref stoppage, pass out in a submission. You know, do a Bret Austin finish.
Oh yeah.
We are in Canada.
I guess we have to wait and see.
Do a screw job finish.
Was about to say that.
It's the wrong city.
Still don't give AEW that idea. Please don't put that out there, JJ.
It's forever out there, Josh. Ever since November 1997, there's always that option.
I'm aware, and it's stupid, though.
Well, I agree. It's stupid.
They have done it. They have done it since that point. Just saying. So I mean,
they did it a year later when Rocky won the tournament.
Any finish AEW is better than the freaking exploding fart in church that was Eddie Kingston taking that bullet for John Maxwell. Okay, I'm just saying. All right, like seriously.
Accurate. Ricky Starks in the pin tonight could also feed into Punk Starks being in the final if they pull the trigger on a heel Punk. Well, after the heat, that clearly unfiltered, authentic, 100% pure, honest reaction, if you will, learn something. That's definitely possible. He was the most over in that entire match when he got the hot tag. So yeah, and he was also pinned. So yeah.
And then running it back to Tilla, what are your thoughts on the women's side?
Well, see, I think Ruby Soho is going to get her win back from last year's. I was there last year, and it surprised me that she lost last year because, you know, she had Rancid come out and play, Ruby Soho, which actually was really cool. I have that whole sequence on tape.
Nice.
You know, but if I had to pick a winner, I'd say Sky Blue is going to win this because I feel like they've been pushing her a lot, so I feel like she's going to win.
Who do you think she's going to beat in the finals from the other side of the bracket?
Ooh, this is okay. This is going to be interesting.
It's kind of a split decision on the panel between Willow and Athena.
Ooh.
Have you watched Ring of Honor?
No, I don't. I don't watch Ring of Honor.
Athena and Sky Blue have faced each other 1-on-1 for the Ring of Honor Women's World Championship earlier this year. Athena won.
But this would be a non-title match, so maybe Sky Blue would go over?
That's what I'm thinking. And Athena finally eats a loss. She hasn't lost a match since last year, December.
Oh, wow.
When are the finals of this tournament? I know it's going to be in Calgary, but what's the date?
It's July 15th, the same day as Slammiversary.
It's too right my mouth.
Yep. Okay. Noah, to your point, Sky Blue defeats Athena in the finals of this tournament on July 15th.
Yes.
Then Death Before Dishonor, the week later, she gets a title match from having pinned the champion.
Yes. There you go.
Didn't see that, yeah.
And maybe Sky Blue is the one to finally dethrone Athena. She's asked everybody, step up or step out. She has not lost a single match, whether Prove It Ground or title. She has not lost a Ring of Honor match yet since winning the title last year at Final Battle. And I think she's now 24 something and oh, I have to look up her record. Incredible.
I just wish so bad she was on a more accessible platform. Yes, Honor Club is not that expensive and anything, but man, I wish that she had this sort of push and accessibility as Ember Moon, because god damn it, she's talented as hell.
So WWE dropping the ball on another talent. Gee, who wouldn't have heard that before?
But again, I'm not necessarily trying to attack you. It's just it's just one of those like, man. And again, we all know I'm a very big proponent of women's wrestling, which is why I won't talk about the Shills later. But man, it's so good to see her getting this run as a world champion, even if it is a subsidiary of another company. It's still awesome to see it.
Exactly. That's really all that matters to me. The representation and the respect and the presentation of women's professional wrestling. And again, there's some companies that are super strong at it. There are companies doing better at it. There are companies that need to really try and get better at it. And I'm not throwing out names, but that's just the industry.
So what you're saying is, and I'm gonna, I know you well enough. You think that other companies need to, maybe make more of an impact when it comes to the division?
Exactly.
I think he made the reference. I understand it.
I got that reference. And I have to say, I think Impact is doing a good job with their women's division. The Knockouts division is probably one of the strongest women's divisions in pro wrestling.
Thank you, Datilla. Been saying it for weeks.
I was going to say, Noah makes that point almost on a weekly basis on the channel, which is why we made that little ha-ha there.
Yeah, it's cheap. The Knockouts have, other than during the Hogan era, the Knockouts have been the standout women's division throughout professional wrestling sports entertainment for the last 20 years. They just have, 15. We'll count the beginning of the Knockouts title, which is 07. So the last 15 years, they have been on another level. And even during the Hogan era, they had people come in that, while they were being used as the other meaning for TNA, ended up being standouts. Brooke Tessmacher is a great example of that.
Yeah, she became a Knockouts champion.
Yep, tremendous talent. Love her.
And I feel like with the Knockouts, everyone is doing something. No one's kind of like on the sidelines. Everyone's involved in a storyline in some type of capacity.
Yep.
Whether title or non-title or grudge or rising. There you go. So, hey, it's as simple as that. Stay tuned, folks. More on me and Datilla actually bring you coverage of Impact Wrestling's anniversary and the first ever Impact Simple Take. Good to see you, Datilla. Again,
Noah, what's the simple take that you keep promoting that you haven't spoken to me about?
Oh my God! No.
Call that on the air in front of God and everybody.
And first time for everything. We also talked about it on Twitter, so don't worry about it.
We acknowledge you, Datilla. That was amazing. Thank you.
Noah does
I had to give her a moment,
Basically, Noah does these little recap shows, post pay-per-views, PLEs, mainly for WWE and AEW. He calls them simple takes. And being as how you're another person who's kind of into Impact, he was thinking about doing Impact ones with you.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm sure we coordinate our schedules. I'm sure we can work something out.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. See if we can jumpstart it. That's what I was telling you about one time on the.
Get that Power of the Multiverse push behind the promotion. We'll get it done, kids. We'll get it done.
Exactly. I mean, he does the WWE ones with me. He usually does the AEW ones with James. So he was kind of looking for somebody different to do Impact, because I don't watch
expand. I try and expand horizons when it comes to what I cover on my channel. So
we are all about that, which is why the multiverse is always expanding, which is why we're happy to welcome Datilla unofficially the Monday After Money in the Bank with her recaps of the television shows, which is why we're happy to welcome Greg Cherry back to the fold.
Yes.
So it's gonna be a cool last week of this month, and then shit's on for the second half of the year, kids.
And also, just put a nice little bow on this topic. Again, Respetto and Hart, women's tournament, definitely more.
Wait, are you guys doing anything for Power Month in August?
Power Month.
What's Power Month?
Power Month.
That's probably non-wrestling, so that probably.
The other thing she covers, which we definitely, we will definitely talk about that at the end with the Shills for sure.
Power Month.
You know what I'm talking about? You know, August 28th, 30 years of Power Rangers.
God, it's been 30s in August.
Jesus Christ,
30
really?
years? It's been 30 years?
Damn.
You guys aren't doing anything for like the Power Rangers anniversary?
JJ, can we go to commercial so I can go get my Ovaltine and my freaking rheumatoid medication?
I was about to say, I feel old that you mentioned that.
Wait.
Yeah, you just made me feel old, man. And I'm only 28. I'm about to be 28.
That's 1993. Dattila, I was freaking 1 year old. I would not have known.
Oh, quiet. Me over here sitting at 10, JJ older than me. Shut the hell up with your nonsense.
I wasn't even a thought yet.
Look, you're only as old as you feel, okay? But what do I know? I got 28.
I feel ancient now that she said it was 30 years of Power Rangers. Fucking hell.
Okay.
Dattila,
In order to reel this in just a little bit.
Yes.
For the record, Dattila, nobody else here except for me and you does stuff other than wrestling, really.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
You have what?
I do. What do you mean?
That's true. Well, your video game, your WIW is still a wrestling league, is it not?
No, yeah, but button mashers.
Okay, that's fair.
Button mashers. Wrestling with idiocy last week.
I forget about some of the other stuff you have your hands in the cookie jar in. But
so
as
much
far
goddamn
as,
stuff you shill every week.
But
man.
I feel like me and you are
See,
the only
even
ones.
Daniel in the
that do
chat
that
knows
type
what Power Month is.
I know Power Month.
Dattila, thank you for joining in my shtick of making JJ and Jeff feel old every single stream.
You're looking at a lady in the room, Joshua.
What was that, Jeff?
You're looking at this lady in the room, Joshua.
Oh, I very much know that. I'm very much happy with that fact because I know I can get away with that.
That's okay. You're
again,
freaking
like I
ready
said,
coming
Josh,
later anyway.
Like I said,
Yeah, I know.
Josh, like I said, Josh, you young boy, King, you stop that. Anyway, go to commercial. Get coming.
Yeah. I'm gonna throw to a very brief commercial here. You're good, Dattila. I did not know about that.
I forgot.
So I may have to try to schedule at least one Power Rangers review
gotta do something
during that month, because I was gonna let my girlfriend dictate the month because both her and I have August birthdays. In the last 2 years, I've kind of done my favorite movies in August. So this year I was going to let her kind of dictate the month, pick her favorite movies for me to watch and review. But I may have to look up, what day was the premiere of Power Rangers, and then
August 28th, 1993. That was when Day of the Dumpster first premiered.
28th. So I'm going to have to try and do something on the 28th to gear towards that.
It is a Monday, for the record. We have nothing going on Mondays more often than not. So
we're definitely going to have to consider that. But Jeff, you mentioned how crazy the rest of the year is going to be.
Oh my God, right?
This is the watch-alongs that we have coming up, beginning with Money in the Bank and going all the way through WrestleMania 40 that we know of so far.
What the heck is my voice being used for now? I'm still thinking about going to Bound for Glory, but I'm not fully sure yet.
So, just for purposes of clarification on that, what you just saw. First of all, there's so damn many watch-alongs already scheduled that even though it's the same length of video, those freaking graphics are switching awful quick all of a sudden, aren't they, kids? Goodness gracious. Between now and the week of Wrestle Kingdom next year, we have maybe 10 weeks, or weekends rather, that aren't anything scheduled yet. Now, they haven't announced Survivor Series officially. They haven't announced Full Gear or All Out officially. And WWE hasn't announced. Well, actually, no. None of the companies except WWE have announced anything beyond August as far as pay-per-views, premium live events. So, yeah, we are going to be working every week, and even on the weekends that there is stuff already announced that companies have announced, we still have our game nights, which we'll show later, or our karaoke nights on the off nights. So yeah, the whole discussion we had on air and behind the scenes of scaling back is just a big bunch of bullshit at this point. It really is. And that's
it is, but at the same time, and I bring this up every time you mention that.
Right.
You've got a crew that can hold shit down for you.
Exactly. It was so wonderful because I literally was just, because I ended up not being able to do what I wanted to do there, I was just fiddling around with the calendar and everything. It's so awesome to have something concrete, scheduled, finite in the calendar at least 2 to 3 times a week between the weekends and then the weekly stuff we have go up every week. And then, as I said, after next week, we'll have Datilla's TV reviews of Raw and Dynamite and Impact and Collision and also SmackDown. Do you do SmackDown?
Oh, well, hold on. I don't review Impact on a weekly basis anymore. It's a long story.
That's okay.
So I just do the Impact Plus specials and the pay-per-view. So I'll be doing Slammiversary.
Cool.
Let me know when.
Yeah, I mean, we're doing a watch along Slammiversary, so if you can feel free to pop into open mic night after that because it's on Saturday this year. But yeah, there's something going on every day, whether it's a pre-recorded episode of Renegades Reviews or one of the live, dads we do every other week, or one of my shows, or Greg Cherry's show every Wednesday, and Datilla's TV recaps, and the watch-alongs every single month. It's just wonderful to have this kind of synergy where, like I've had the last 2 months off of Disney and tripping my shit about money coming in, haven't had to completely sweat it. It's wonderful. And getting paid to talk about it on top to cover wrestling is a long-standing dream of mine, of JJ's. It's a wonderful feeling, and it's so cool to have so many people be part of this now, and especially Greg and Attila coming into the fold. It's a wonderful feeling. So I'm here for it. Second half of the year, let's go.
Damn right. All right, so we're going to transition into some WWE conversation. And the first thing we're going to discuss has some implications potentially on Noah. You want to hit that for me one time?
Not my NXT.
However, this is my NXT. Damn it!
We have a new graphic.
But according to
I don't watch NXT, so I'm just gonna.
It's okay.
That's okay.
It's all right. Because this has to do with a report that's been going around about a main roster superstar who may be getting sent down to NXT to do a stint down there, whether it's to work with some of the talent, help develop them or whatnot, or work on their own skills as well. And that is one Rowdy Ronda Rousey, who, along with Shayna Baszler last night, became the unified NXT Women's Tag
Can
Team.
I say something? I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt
Please,
JJ,
go
but
ahead.
Rhonda's rocking a white Power Ranger inspired outfit.
Right?
Yes.
I thought the same
I
thing.
noticed that.
Yeah, White Ranger.
I noticed that. Trust me.
She gets it.
Not the first time. Just gonna
Real
put
quick.
it out there.
Oh, I know it's not the first time.
White Ranger, Tiger Power.
I love
White
how
Ranger,
she had to throw that out there.
So
that's
So
awesome.
welcome to Rangers Wrestling, everybody. We're now part of the Tillis channel officially. We're just going to go ahead and move right along. I love it.
So
Anyway,
the $1 million question here is, and this is something you can weigh on, Datella, even though you don't watch NXT, but what do you think about Ronda being sent down to NXT to work on, whether it's working on herself or helping to progress the talent further down in the developmental territory?
Well, I mean, she is the women's tag team champion, so the title should be defended on NXT. That was the original point when they created the titles, right? So, I mean, since she's champion, I don't have a problem with her going to NXT and potentially working with a young talent. I'm still not gonna watch NXT because of Ronda, but it might bring eyes to NXT that some people don't already, if they don't already watch.
That's a fair point. If you don't mind me asking, why is it that you don't watch the current NXT product?
Because then I would be watching wrestling 6 days of the week, and I would never have a day to myself.
That's a very fair
it's easy.
point.
I do it all the time.
And I would it's either NXT or Impact, and I choose Impact over NXT any day. So
That's
Amen.
No, that's fair. I know a lot of people that don't watch the current product because, like Noah, they were diehard fans of the Black and Gold NXT, and what's presented on a weekly basis just isn't up to snuff compared to that.
No.
So
I mean, I tried watching this past NXT on Tuesday, and it did not work out for me. It really didn't.
I was just curious as to why, what it was about it that you didn't like or just didn't connect with you, because I had this epiphany today when I was doing one of my members only reviews, which will be posted at a later date, and there's a show for that later on as well. But I had this epiphany while I was talking about stuff, and I compare the Black and Gold NXT to the Attitude Era, and the current NXT to like the Ruthless Aggression, the PG era. For someone like me who didn't come up in the Black and Gold NXT, the NXT I'm seeing on my TV set on a weekly basis captivates me. It's great. I can look at the NXT DVDs that I've been watching, the Black and Gold stuff, the stuff that Noah subscribes to and has bleeding through his veins, same with James. And I can appreciate it, much like a modern day fan who maybe sees, a Best of the Attitude Era DVD can see it and appreciate what they're seeing in front of them, even though that's not their era. But those that grew up in the Attitude Era, those that grew up with the Black and Gold NXT, like that's their measuring stick for everything that's come after it.
Well, to be fair, I didn't always watch Black and Gold NXT. It took me a while to start watching it, actually. I'd always have people tell me, oh, you should be watching NXT. And it wasn't until they came here for Survivor Series 2018 that I actually went to NXT TakeOver War Games 2. And I was just hooked until I started watching NXT ever since then. But then after, when AEW came around and they were going head to head, it's like, and I had to choose. And then after Black and Gold was no more, I just never went back to NXT.
That makes sense. Like I said, it was just something that was a curiosity for me as to how come you didn't watch it, but your logic and your reasoning makes perfect sense. I wasn't going to be one of those, like a Jehovah's Witness knocking on your door talking about, you need to subscribe to my NXT. It wasn't going to be anything like that, but I was just kind of curious as to your logic, because I've heard you say before that although you do Raw and SmackDown, you just don't do NXT, and I was curious.
Like I said, I tried watching it this past Tuesday, but it didn't work out for me. I fell asleep.
That's fair. I was captivated by it, but I've been invested ever since I started watching this NXT, and I started watching when it was still 2.0, as I like to refer to it now, the Rainbow Bride NXT.
Yes.
And ever since then, I've tuned in every week. I haven't missed an episode. I've pretty much enjoyed everything that I've seen. Have there been some stutter steps and some stuff I would have done differently? Abso-fucking-lutely. I'd be lying if I said there wasn't.
Yeah.
But overall, I'd give at least every single week that I've seen like a B- or better. Like, I've enjoyed everything in front of me, whether it's been a PLE or a weekly special or just the regular run-of-the-mill TV program. But back to the topic at hand.
Yeah.
Since you gave your opinion on that, we'll go around. Does anybody else who would like to go ahead, Jeff?
Well, I'm glad she brought up Takeover War Games because I was at that show too.
You were? That's
I
so
was.
cool.
That was my first NXT premium event. I'd been to a house show in Bakersfield prior to that, but my actual first show in LA. She a Cali girl. She knows Bakersfield. She understands, JJ. Like you and I we get it. We understand.
Bakersfield. Oh my God.
Yeah, I went there on purpose. I did. It was a horror. But you know what? It was either that or the show at the Palladium, and Palladium was fucking expensive because it's Palladium. Anyway, were you at Survivor Series the next night as well?
No, I skipped Survivor Series, but I did go to Raw and SmackDown.
Okay, I'm asking because I was part of the crowd at Survivor Series, along with Aaron, along with a lot of us, that saw the dissatisfaction and the turning on Ronda Rousey that led to her going away after WrestleMania the year after. And I wonder if this internal talk is true about her possibly going to NXT. Is her heart still in it to go? Granted, she's the tag team champion. She's Candice Bryan. I'm a tag team champion. Her and Shayna are the tag team champions, and by all rights, they should. They made a very distinct point of saying they'll be defending all three brands, which means you're going to see Shayna back in NXT, which, damn it, yes, please. But also, you're going to see Ronda there for the first time. Oh, yeah. Big G, if I'm able to get off the Jeff Jarrett kick, and hopefully Aaron will get off his back about it. I doubt it. Anyway, I'm all for it. Mainly because we've talked about it here on this show for a couple of weeks now. The NXT women's division, singles and tags, has been decimated after that draft.
Fair.
They've either been all called up or they've been obliterated by the combination of Isla and Alba and the single division just kind of going on their own way there. And Gigi and JC completely going stone cold. Not Austin, just cold on a push after their little feud together, which still never really got resolved. Yeah. So I am all for Ronda and Shayna going down there and daring the ladies of NXT to step up. I'm here for it 100%. And if she's definitely a 80s 90s girl with the Power Ranger stuff, the gimmick, the gears. So it's like, yeah, let's get badass locker room Power Ranger leader White Ranger style in there to go in there and shake shit up. Absolutely.
Not to mention, isn't she using Joan Jett's I don't give a damn about my reputation?
Yep.
She's been using that since the UFC days.
Yep.
So
even though it's ironic because she clearly does. Sorry.
Before I throw to Josh, because I see his hand up there, I've seen him trying to get into this one. Something that I've been thinking about ever since they won the titles yesterday, and I saw this story. I want to say I saw this story posted on Wednesday. I know we mentioned a couple weeks ago when we talked about the fact that they were going to be doing this unification, how I didn't see Ronda going to NXT. And I figured that, there was no way Alba and Isla could beat them.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I didn't see Ronda going to NXT. Now I'm starting to wonder after seeing this report come out to counter your point, Jeff, you wondering if her heart's still in it. I'm wondering if this wasn't Ronda's idea.
Right. Exactly.
Because at the end of the day, she said multiple times that she didn't want to be singles champion when she came back. She wanted to do the tag thing with Shayna.
Right.
So maybe her going down to NXT is her idea.
Yeah. It wouldn't surprise me.
Which would make her heart in it because this is something she wanted to do.
Yeah. You figure she only won the SmackDown Women's title from Charlotte because Charlotte needed that break. So,
so she could come back and get another title. Fuck Charlotte.
She hasn't won it yet. We still got a week before we got to make that condemning a thing.
I'm going to feel some type of way if Charlotte wins the title again.
Thank you.
Look, I've even jumped on the bandwagon.
I agree.
Okay, enough. Like I'm a Charlotte fan. I have been from the beginning, and I would even be okay if she hit Rick's mark, but not 7 years in. For Christ's sakes, like Jesus.
Need to just change her name to Charlotte Hogan. The way she politics
You know
for the
what?
freaking
That
title.
is not fair.
Let me tell you something, brother.
No. Hold on a second now.
Politics your way to the title.
We're going to get down a rabbit hole that none of y'all want to get down because Josh can verify that after last week's Hogan shit. So,
I'll do it again.
Joshua, you need to start praying you get to church tomorrow on time.
Listen. Jeff, if I may.
Well, no, don't ask me because JJ is the one running this show.
Oh, yeah.
And we're trying to
JJ,
keep the flow going.
JJ, if I may, Wrestling Bios did a better job than Josh did on doing a Hogan documentary, and he just released his literally like 2 days ago.
Nice.
Wait, what?
Which one do they do now? They did like 20 Hogan bios. Which one do they do now?
There was a what was the
I'll
video?
look it up.
It was a VHS. It was a VHS tape. It was like a WCW VHS Hogan tape.
Oh God!
Like
Oh my God! Okay, I know. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, he just picked that apart. He was fair to Hogan, but he picked that apart.
If it's what I'm thinking of, he had a right to pick it apart because it was such a bad video. Anyway,
so bad.
So bad. Yes.
Okay, Josh, go ahead.
So, bypassing Charlotte Hogan, love you, Jeff.
That's a word. Bypassing.
Yeah, hard enough as it is. So, bypassing that, back to the topic of the Rowdy one in NXT. That is something I'm actually looking forward to now. Let's be clear. I have given Rowdy Ronda Rousey my fair share of absolute crap throughout the years. Not going to lie. But her latest run back with the tag titles with Shayna, she's been doing good. I've been really liking her matches. She's been giving back, which is something she's wanted to do. You know, say what you will about the reaction she gets. She cares. You can tell she does now. Now, granted, that time after Survivor Series and when she came back at the Rumble after she lost at Mania 35, yeah, she was bitter. Now she cares and she wants to do something about it. And forget the tag titles for a second. Just thinking of the singles matches she can have in NXT. Rousey versus Ava. Cora Jade. Gigi Dolan. Blair Davenport. Roxanne Perez. Sol Ruca. And my fave, Nikita Lyons. Think about that. Think about those good matches. And think about the stars she can build with her name. We saw Seth Rollins go down to NXT on Tuesday, popped a good number for NXT, and holy freaking crap, what a great match that was. I want to see Rousey do the same thing now. And yes, Baszler, because Baszler was the queen of spades of NXT and dominated that freaking brand and should have been Raw Women's Champion. You're welcome, Big G. Rant over.
The only thing that I'm going to counter you on is Sol Ruca and Nikita Lyons are still out with injuries. And I'm scared that the first name you said was Ava Raine. Oh my God, if Ava Raine got in the ring with Ronda Rousey now, you may as well just fucking bury her in the Nevada desert. She would be dead.
Yeah.
To be fair, the only reason they said her first is because her name was one of the first ones on the current Wikipedia NXT.
So you're not even going off of memory. You're just reading something. Got it.
Well, I know the names. This helped actually remember them all.
Josh.
That does it. He's downgraded from Meltzer to Artie Reynolds status.
Damn.
Who?
Oh, damn.
Who's that? Again, I did this about when I could keep track during my spiel.
Okay, if you want to look things up, be informed. Look up R.D. Reynolds in comparison to Meltzer and Alvarez and those other yahoos, and then you will know.
Again, I only did this so I
Bill
could keep
Yachty,
track
too.
of names during my spiel.
Well, if you're going to have a spiel, be better informed about what you're saying rather than just going off,
I am informed of what I'm saying.
You're not informed. You're not informed at all because you don't know what you're saying other than reading a lip.
Oh.
Exactly.
Evisceration of the Meltzer of the multiverse. R.D. Reynolds, you are. Joshua, thank you, Mr. Reynolds. Have a nice night.
Datilla, welcome to the chaos.
Okay.
Hi.
Can you just let JJ destroy me later during the Michelle McCool topic?
Nope.
Love you too, Jeff.
We'll be getting there soon. Noah, what are your thoughts on the potential of Ronda Rousey and by proxy Shayna Baszler returning to not your NXT?
Well, if they're going to try and make them all three brands, I guess this is the way to do it. Bring another mainstream WWE star down there and see if you can pop a rating for whatever the hell that's worth when it comes to networking. Irrelevant to me. I mean, again, it's the fourth, it's insert number here, chance to build a non-existent women's tag team division in a company that might as well never have had it in the first place. So, I'll see what it's about. In my opinion, it's one of those things that's like Ronda Rousey, is she truly in it? Does she truly care? She's got the mainstream money appeal. She's got the power. She can do whatever the hell she wants. So I'll see what happens. But I'll say this. It seems like they are giving Casey a chance on Monday Night Raw. SmackDown has nothing. And your NXT right now has destroyed every tag team within the last 6 months. So we'll just have to wait and see what happens. But still, women's tag team wrestling in WWE, highly irrelevant to me. And Abba Fire and Isla Dawn, damn, that was over before it begun. So, meh.
All right.
Bury them softly, why don't you, Noah? God damn.
Does no one know how to bury anything softly?
Yeah, fair point, to be fair. This time, Josh. This time.
Killing them softly. Oh, sorry. It's not karaoke week. No, good. No, it gets it. Get her on the karaoke shows.
For real. Gonna have to have her come back for a karaoke night. In March, on the road to WrestleMania, we do karaoke wrestling themes.
Oh, really? That sounds like fun.
For the month of August, heading into All In Wembley, we're doing a British invasion.
Oh, cool. You should also throw in some Power Ranger themes in there too, since August is Power Month.
He has a great Ringo Starr impression, by the way.
He does. And then in November, much to Noah's chagrin, we're doing a Disney songs month.
Ain't nobody seen no damn Disney songs in November. You're fucking about Thanksgiving and Christmas. Go see the next damn B-rated Pixar movie and live CGI make a teenager cry movie.
I like Disney themes. I like Disney themes. Some of my favorite are Under the Sea, Part of the World, A Whole New World.
I agree. Oh,
I just can't wait to be king. The Circle of Life.
Datilla speaking my language here.
Datilla, you are fitting in. You are fitting in perfectly.
This is simple.
Bare necessities, dude. You are after JJ's heart with that one. My goodness.
Oh yeah, absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, we're gonna have to have you back a little bit more often now.
Yeah, we'll talk about that.
So as we transition into our next topic, which I know Josh has been waiting for, because he wrote an article for No DQ this week, basically stating that Trish Stratus is having the run of her career, and Michelle McCool deserves to have one next.
You're not enough for me.
Oh, God damn it.
Okay.
That's more than enough for everybody.
So my biggest point of contention with your article, Josh, was the fact that you stated that this run that Trish Stratus is on is the best that she has ever been. Did you watch her Halo 4 run?
About 2,000
not really. But I say I made Jeff leave and go get alcohol.
Yeah.
I like Yo 2004 Trish a lot better.
Thank
she turned
you.
on.
I agree.
Didn't it start when she turned on Jericho at WrestleMania 20 and she aligned herself with Christian?
Yeah.
Over $1
That
Canadian dollar.
that was the best Trish Stratus run.
Yep.
Period. Point blank.
Yep.
I mean, I love Trish. I was always a Lita guy, but I love Trish. And I know Jeff loves Trish. But this run for Trish has been flat.
Big stinky.
It has been flat.
Unlike the Earth.
Her first couple of promos back, she was completely off her game. Her first couple matches back, she botched quite a bit. I honestly have no idea why she's in Money in the Bank, because now we have 2 teachers and 2 apprentices in the matches, in the fact that we have Bailey and Io and Trish and Zoe. And Trish just does not need to be in that match.
No.
I'm sorry, Josh. I'm sorry. Trish doesn't need to be in that match. That match should have gone to Shotzi.
I'll let Jeff disagree with you when he gets back, because I know he absolutely will agree with me on this one.
Okay.
He just came back with the bottle of booze, not even a glass. He came back with the whole bottle.
He will still agree that Trish deserves to be in Money in the Bank.
This Baja passionate.
Okay.
Do you agree, Jeff? I'll say my point.
No, I don't. First of all, I don't.
I figured.
I adore Trish. Okay, and I put it out there that I was manifesting her winning Money in the Bank just for the sheer shock value of it. Okay. Trish Stratus at this stage of her career should not have the ace in the hole of having a Money in the Bank contract to cash in at any given time. Okay. And I will explain why. Trish is the greatest of all time. She has nothing to prove. In an era where, or in a time of women's wrestling that Moolah was the end all be all, right? Trish Stratus came in there and went, well, that's great and everything, but we all behind the scenes know what really happened with Moolah. So let me go ahead and actually do some legitimate accomplishments and wash that away. And she sure as shit did it, and then some. She doesn't need this. Okay. I agree with JJ also, because I did hear him in the background as I was trying to find the bottle of Jack Daniels that was in my refrigerator. There's 2 teacher-student combinations in this match now. That makes no goddamn sense to me. All right. Zoe being in there with the recent push with Trish, absolutely. Do that. No problem. I say have Io or Bailey, and the fact that I didn't see what happened with Bailey and Shotzi, so I don't know if
they scrapped that, so that match didn't even happen.
Did they really?
Vince mixed it.
That's stupid. Okay, well,
Charlotte could fight Lacey Evans.
So we're running back a story that didn't even really play out fully with a woman that's completely a different gimmick, has nothing to do with her father now. Okay, cool. But Vince isn't booking, right, guys? He's not booking, right? Okay. Anyway.
But I was dense, right, Chris? I was dense.
Yeah. I honestly think that Money in the Bank should be what Chris Jericho pitched it to be in 2004, 2005. Guys that haven't had that break in a long time or have never had that break, getting the opportunity to grab the proverbial brass ring. That's why Edge became the Rated R Hall of Famer rather than Rated R Superstar. The ultimate opportunist.
Now that you bring that up, it's crazy how like the men's and the women's Money in the Bank are like night and day. If you look at who's in the men, none of those guys have become are former champions, except for Butch, who was former NXT UK champion.
Shinsuke.
Oh, yeah. And
NXT
Shinsuke
champ.
were former NXT champ. But aside from that, they haven't been like WWE champion or world champion. So it's like,
right.
It's just crazy to me how the men's and women's are like night and day.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with either field, to be honest. I just don't think Bayley or Trish should be in the women's match. I don't.
And honestly, I don't think Becky should be in it.
No. Well, I only think Becky should be if she does win and they let her flip the heel switch again, because I was enjoying heel Becky, and she got turned back way too quick out of respect for Bianca, and then they've completely botched the entire thing because Becky got hurt and Bianca's just been stagnant like 3-day-old water. It's been horrible. So if they're gonna let Becky embrace her dark side again, I'm okay with it. As far as Michelle McCool, okay.
Yeah, I was going to get to the Michelle part in a minute, but first I wanted to address the Trish part, because to say that this is Trish's best run.
Oh God, no.
Trish was like the greatest thing, and everybody in this room pretty much echoes that sentiment.
Yeah,
that was my biggest point of contention with the article.
Yeah,
do I feel like Michelle McCool deserves a Trish style run at this point in her career? Yes, I agree with you, but Josh, stop celebrating. But ... there's others that deserve it more. Victoria and Melina are the first two that come to mind over Michelle McCool.
Yeah.
Let one of them have it, and then Michelle can be next in line. Because Melina got done dirty. Not just by the WWE, but by a soon-to-be Hall of Famer who tries to be invisible while eating Zarg nuts. Who rails her in the parking lot in a parked car while his wife and Johnny Nitro are backstage.
Oh boy. Oh, it's gonna be a long day tomorrow.
She got done really dirty by the company.
No, she did. No, she absolutely did.
Melina deserves it, and Victoria deserves it. And Victoria's already either retired or damn near.
Right.
So if she's gonna get it, tick-tock, Killer Cross style, time is running out for Lisa Marie Varon.
Yeah.
Both of them were wrong place, wrong time in their eras.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I honestly, and I don't know if this is the case internally in the company, I feel Lisa and Melina both deserve the same level of credibility as Molly Holly does now, and she's an agent, as Amy Lita does, and she's a regular feature attraction, as Trish has always had. We lost a lot of those women around the same time as far as leaving the company, and there is a major disparity on the respect put on their names, intentional or not. Melina, I'm gonna see her tomorrow. We'll talk about that later. Still making it relevant here and there. Lisa, again, I saw her at WrestleMania week, and she's still involved in the podcasting side, like a lot of us are from back in the day, but just not wrestling anymore because she's done her bit for King and Country. She and unfortunately she got thrown under the let's release private stuff bus because people suck. And I don't know if the company will be willing to step in front of that bullet for her at this point. We as fans respect her, but perception is a mucker father. It just is. And then look at people like Gail Kim, who I I don't think WWE did Gail near as bad as has been blown up in the media in the last 15 years or so. I will say she definitely didn't get as fair a shake as some of the others. But when she came back that second time, you could tell she just was not into it. She wasn't. And Impact did far better by her. Without any hesitation in my voice, she was put on this earth to establish and cultivate the Knockouts division. No doubt in my mind about that. AJ Lee's being brought up in the chat room. Again, AJ's in the best goddamn shape of her life right now. She looks incredible. But she was in the right place just before the right time. She spearheaded the Divas / Women's Revolution / Evolution, but unfortunately, the love of her life was just the pariah that is CM Punk. She was never going to get a fair enough shake after he bounced. It just wasn't going to be a thing because of how venomous it got between him and the company. She was just an unfortunate innocent bystander as that train came rolling by. Michelle, again, I said this to JJ privately when your article came out, Josh. I stand by what I said to him then. I'll say it now. Michelle McCool being given any sort of multiple Rumble appearances, time on television now, whatever you want to call it, is as close as we're ever going to get again of, ooh, The Undertaker's back on television. That's what Michelle McCool is at this point. I'm not downplaying her accomplishments in the ring as a television character or a WWE superstar or diva at that point in the game, but she didn't even get a sniff of Trish Stratus's greatness. I don't care what anybody says. And if you can honestly believe in that much younger than me heart of yours that she was ever at a point that Trish was, or Mickie James, or a lot of them, if you truthfully believe that, then we are going to have to agree to disagree because she was never at that level. You want to talk about somebody that deserves a renewed push that was there the same time as Michelle McCool? JJ, who did Michelle McCool defeat to become the original Divas champion?
Natalya.
Yeah. What the hell are they doing with her right now besides another dumbass storyline that makes no sense? There is your top priority, fix the damn booking cheat with the women in WWE, past or present. Natalya Neidhart.
Yep.
End of speech.
And unfortunately, Josh, much to Jeff's point, much like the reason why I hated on Michelle back in the day and her only getting handed stuff because who she was affiliated with backstage. Yep. Now that it's even more so public knowledge that she's married to The Undertaker and they have kids together, if she comes back and starts getting that mega push that you feel that she deserves, she's going to get the Charlotte Flair treatment.
Shit on.
She's only getting the push because she's The Undertaker's wife. Yep. And The Undertaker's retired, and Vince and Hunter are loyal to Mark, so they're giving the push to Michelle. Shake your head all you want. That is what the fans will think.
Yep.
And just like Undertaker said in his Hall of Fame speech, perception is reality.
Yeah, unfortunately, especially nowadays on social media.
Real quick.
In some cases.
Mm-hmm.
Real quick. This Royal Rumble this past year, who was it that the fans were clamoring for to be in the Royal Rumble when they found out she wasn't going to be in the Rumble? Michelle McCool. And it had nothing to do with the fact that she was Taker's wife. Nothing. It had to do with the amount of respect the fans have for her as a performer that she showed in the ring. that she should have been able to show, yes, she was in that time. She was in that rough time. 2008 to 2011 was when she had her 4 title runs. First ever Divas champion, mind you. Say what you want about that belt. Her and Natalya worked to do something to get that belt.
No, I agree with
SmackDown.
that. First ever unified champion. I understand that.
Yes.
We
Over
understand
Melina,
her
which again,
accolades. We understand her accolades. We don't agree with some of them because a lot of us will sit here and I see Datilla being quiet, but I'm sure she'd agree that Michelle McCool didn't deserve to beat Natalya in the finals. She didn't deserve to unify championships over Melina. I'm just saying, like, she got those moments because she was connected to The Undertaker.
And even back
you
then,
can
she
believe
wasn't.
it or you cannot believe it, but it is what it is.
And honestly, the fact that people kept trying to connect her to Taker is part of the reason why she retired when she did, because she was sick and tired of that.
I understand that.
And
to your point, I wasn't clamoring for Michelle McCool this year. I actually said I wanted Layla because I haven't seen her once in these Rumbles.
Nope.
I missed the other half of Lay Cool.
Yeah, and Layla don't want anything to do with it.
I don't blame her.
Layla was great too. Layla's an underrated
Yes, she
one.
was.
Shout out.
Yep.
Shout out.
Fair enough. Layla is absolutely great. I will give her that. But the fact that the fans literally clamored to get the Rumble booking changed to get Michelle in there speaks to her credibility and the fact that she would work great with the current crop of main roster talent. Because again, she had forgive me, bimbo blonde 2008 to 2011 time in the Divas division where Divas wrestling didn't matter, but she tried to make it matter. I mean, Faithbreaker, the Styles Clash, Big Boot. Who do you see in the women's roster doing stuff like that? Put her in a match with Charlotte Flair. Put her in a match with Rhea Ripley. Give me 5 stars right there.
Okay. We need to not. Yeah, okay, no. No.
Wait, we're talking about the Meltzer of the multiverse. 5 fireball shots.
No. R.D. Reynolds. Sorry, no more Meltzer for him. Nope. He's lost that now. R.D. Reynolds.
Datilla, what do you think on this topic?
Crap.
You've been very, very quiet through this one.
I've just been listening to you guys' opinions. Well, I agree to disagree on some stuff. When you look at Michelle McCool, at the era that Michelle McCool came in, she was one of the better few that were during that era. I'd give her that. And I think we probably wouldn't be having this conversation if she wasn't associated with The Undertaker. And I question whether if that association never happened, if she would have gotten all the stuff that she got. Maybe not. Who knows? But she was one of the better wrestlers compared to some other people on the roster during that time. So you can't take away from her credibility. But I mean, on one hand, I do understand you, JJ, because you can make the same argument for Nikki Bella and Brie Bella. So it's just unfortunate.
It comes down to make a comparison. It's the same debate I always have when it comes to Heath Ledger's Joker. Did he win the Oscar because his performance of the Joker was that fucking fantastic and he deserved the Oscar? Or did he get the Oscar because he died around awards time and he was never going to get the opportunity to be nominated for another Oscar?
Well, the Oscars have been kind of a bit of a mess for years anyway.
Agreed, James, but think about that for a minute. Everyone always heaps this acclaim on Heath, and I'm not saying he did a bad job as the Joker, but did he win the Oscar because his performance was that great, or did he win the Oscar because he passed away prior to the award show?
I think it was definitely.
Would
both.
Michelle McCool have gotten all of those accolades without being connected to The Undertaker, or did she get them because she was connected to The Undertaker? It's going to be that forever pendulum swing, much in the same vein. Same thing can be said about Sheamus on the men's side.
Hold on. Let me ask you this, JJ.
Okay.
Who, if Michelle, who would you have given all those accolades to, if not Michelle McCool?
Personally, I would have spread them out more. I'm personally a diehard Natalya fan. My daughter is named Natalie because of Natalya. Natalya should have been the first ever Divas champion. At that point in time, Michelle wasn't ready. I don't feel she was good enough. She became good enough. She developed her skills and her ability, but at that moment in time, she didn't deserve it. I feel like Beth should have gotten more accolades than she did. I feel like Eve Torres should have gotten more accolades than she did. I feel like Gail Kim during that second run should have gotten more accolades than she did. They treated her like an Asian prostitute that second run.
Well, no, they did, but like I said earlier,
her heart may not have been in it, but her heart probably wasn't in it because of the way she was getting done.
Maybe.
I remember distinctly meeting Gail during the second run.
Oh yeah,
taking a picture with her in San Diego, putting my girlfriend's women's championship over her shoulder for a picture and saying, "That's where this belongs," and her damn near being in tears saying, "Thank you."
I remember you talking about that moment. Absolutely.
Because she realized that I recognized what they were doing to her. But the other point I was going to make is, to put it on the men's side, is a lot of the same thing can be said about Sheamus. When Sheamus first came into the company, he got a lot of those pushes he did because he was Triple H's workout buddy.
Right.
Does Sheamus deserve to be a multi-time world champion? Absolutely. Did he deserve to get the titles when he did in the infancy in his career? Fuck no. Did he deserve to beat Daniel Bryan in 18 seconds? Fuck no.
I want to destroy my house today, Jay.
Yes, the loss led to the Yes movement, which led to a great moment, but still.
Right.
He didn't deserve those victories.
No.
He got them because he was Hunter's workout buddy.
I would say Sheamus prior to Mr. Money in the Bank Sheamus and cashing in on Roman, suspect at best, being a world champion. Well, no, you know what though? Yeah, I guess so, because him beating John in that tables match and that ridiculous fluke of a victory with Ventura on the call was a mess. It was a mess. But him getting that secondary run after he came back from the injury with that "you look stupid" haircut, and granted it was a stupid looking haircut. I think the acknowledgement of him being Hunter's boy as the Authority's champion to take Roman out, I think was better for him than the hidden, he's getting this because he's my boy. So
I would also argue in Sheamus's case, in 2012, he should have been a big baby face, but Vince fucked that up. I don't even blame that one on Hunter. I blame that fully on Vince because I rewatched Money in the Bank.
Whoa! You're going Rero, James.
Massively over. Oh, am I going Rero? You got to be down.
Right, you went Rero, James.
Well, but down. I went Rero. Of course I did. Yeah. All right. On the whole thing with Sheamus, I said, I think in Money in the Bank 2011, he was majorly over. I think there was a point in time you could have turned him babyface, and they did. It's just that when Vince gets his hands on something, kind of screws the boots a bit.
Yeah, his run as world champion 2012, I couldn't even remember who he lost it to. That's how lackluster it was. It's like, oh, that's right, Big Show.
Yeah, and it was 1-800-FELLA days, which were
right.
Vince really, really wanted to hammer that one home. Like that's another thing. It's like, yes, he was Triple H's workout buddy. Yes, should he have not gotten those? Maybe. But at the same time, his booking was kind of hindered because it wasn't what it could have been. I don't think that's necessarily on Hunter or Sheamus either.
I would argue that he shouldn't have been WWE champion over John Cena in 2009.
Yep.
I think by 2012, again, had the booking been better, it would have been a more credible world championship run. But being Bryan Danielson 18 seconds is ridiculous. That's stupid.
Yeah, and that was after Vince had already screwed the pooch on his booking. So.
Well, right, and you know the fact that JJ almost lost his home because of that booking, you know, is not to be undersold on that, because I almost destroyed that damn apartment because of that match.
Yeah,
it was awful. I was so livid. What it took was Shawn Michaels' reactions during refereeing Hell in a Cell to get me back down to earth, because I was off. It was bad.
It was a one match.
Glad I wasn't watching any indies before then, because, I mean, again, you forget, I didn't know Indie Daniel Bryan beforehand, so when I heard Sheamus beat Daniel Bryan for that, I was cheering my little, you know, 8th grade
head off. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That's
sorry.
This time, this is fair.
JJ, to go back to what you were saying about the accolades for Michelle and the reason she got them. I didn't see any of these movies, so forgive my ignorance. You're the movie guy, Jay. Mm-hmm. Heath Ledger as the Joker won out over Josh Brolin in Milk, Robert Downey Jr. in Tropic Thunder, which got nominated, but that surprised me even that.
You haven't seen Tropic Thunder? That's a pretty funny movie.
I think I saw it once, but I was surprised it was in the Oscar nominations, as lampooning farce, satire as it was, right? Philip Seymour Hoffman in Doubt and Michael Shannon in Revolutionary Road.
Okay, I haven't seen any of those movies.
Amazing actors.
Yeah, I was going to say, the only movie out of all those I've seen is Tropic Thunder, but again, you're putting Heath Ledger against all those actors.
Oh, I saw Milk. And Tropic Thunder.
Never heard of it.
So if people in the room have seen that, did they make the right call, or is the comparison fair that Heath got it because...
I would have to watch all 5 movies to make a fair comparison, but like I said, it's just always been a question.
Absolutely.
To plague that award.
Yes.
Especially when you're going up against the caliber talent of Josh Brolin, Robert Downey Jr., Philip Seymour Hoffman, and who is the other one?
Let me go back and check real quick. Michael Shannon, who was another tremendous actor.
Shannon.
Yeah.
And what year was this? 08?
Yeah, this is the movies for 08 at the 09 awards.
Okay, so this is the same year, even though he's not nominated for this award, this is the same year's awards where Robert Downey Jr. started Iron Man, which became, think about what that did for the MCU.
Well, right, and for Robert. And for Robert.
Yeah.
So,
Robert's career rejuvenated from it.
Well, yeah.
So it's a debatable topic, but I just feel that there's other women from the same time or earlier that still have it in their tank that deserve it over Michelle McCool.
Yeah.
That's my only counter to you, Josh. I don't near have the same amount of venom to spew at you that Meacham did last week. And if you guys missed that, go and watch that on demand, because that was funny.
You need to see that. Yeah, Hulk Hogan did nothing for wrestling, and Jeff was like, yeah?
Let me tell you every sentence where you're wrong in this.
Yeah.
And then go watch the No DQ review when Aaron and Virtue decided to tag team with me.
It was very much the Luke Skywalker quote in Last Jedi. Congratulations, everything you said was wrong.
Noah, you've been pretty quiet in this. What do you think about Michelle McCool getting a Trish Stratus-esque run?
Michelle is not Trish.
Oh, wow. Wow.
Okay.
Simple man couldn't put it much simpler than that.
Let me just say this. Trish Stratus, when she retired, she was on top of the world and only retired because her mother got sick.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine what another, even a year or two more of full-time Trish would have done. She'd have been even greater than she already is recognized. And then she's had a few pop-ins here and there that just reinforced how awesome she is.
We won't talk about the match against Snooki, though, or with Snooki.
I wasn't going to bring
We
that
don't
up
talk about that.
We don't talk about Snooki. No.
Straight up Bruno status on that one. And not San Martino.
Bruno.
It's a Disney
song. We'll
November
when we sing the song, because you know that song's going to come up, JD. It's going to be a thing.
Yeah, right.
Damn right it is.
We don't talk about Bruno. No,
we don't talk about Bruno.
Yeah, we don't talk about
I don't know that
Snooki. No.
It's from Encanto. I still haven't seen it. I'm the worst Disney cat of all
I
time.
know where it's from. It's from Encanto. First of all, it's pronounced Encanto. And number two,
Lo siento.
and number two, I still don't know that song.
Yeah, it's okay. Michelle's match with Layla to end their run was in 2011 or 2012?
2011 Extreme Rules.
Okay, I can't remember what show. You know, I don't remember that, JD. 2011 Extreme Rules. You and I were together to watch along for that show, and I don't remember much else about that show except
it was a loser leaves WWE match.
Right.
Correct.
Right. So at the point she retired, the Lay Cool gimmick had kind of worn out its welcome, which is why they were trying to do something. And Michelle lost, and Layla really didn't do much else after that. She was, if I remember right,
she got injured.
Right. So
yeah.
So it's one of those. Did they make the right call? Maybe, maybe not, because she didn't do a whole lot after that. And then she left, and she's not a like CM Punk style disgruntled employee, but she has no interest in going back. And she didn't marry back into the business by proxy like Michelle did. So I don't think that it's not that she doesn't deserve it, because the phrase "you deserve it" has been so misused. I'll tell you what, you deserved it at Roman Reigns when the Usos finally laid him out. That was beautiful by the audience. That pissed him off in character so much, and you know he and Jimmy and Jay Paul went to the back and like, oh man, we got him. Did you hear that? They love that shit, right? Michelle, as talented as she ended up being, and as good as we look at her retrospectively, again, there's so many people above her on that let's give her another run while we can list. Chief of the list, if Lisa Marie Varon is still willing to go, I don't think she's wanting another full run. I'm pretty sure Melina does. So those two are top of my list as far as outside of the company. But damn it, pull Natalia out of whatever you've got her locked into and do something better.
Yep.
But Michelle is not, and again, Josh, Michelle is not the right person to qualify for the next renewed run. And Trish, this being Trish's best run, it's arguably a worse take than you had last week. For real.
Well, okay.
Fair enough with Trish. That's offensive.
I definitely don't think it's a worse take than last week.
What's offensive?
Personally.
Yes.
And I honestly don't feel like it's a bad take in a general sense.
Okay.
Like you said, like I've said, I just feel like there are other women that are more qualified to have that other run before her.
You know, I don't know if you guys know this. Noah, you might know this, but I don't know if anybody else here watches Impact. But actually, Victoria Lisa Marie, she actually returned to Impact earlier this year when she teamed up with Giselle Shaw. And they competed for the Knockouts Tag Team titles.
Yeah, she was in the tournament when they relaunched the title. So I was pushing for it.
I think I remember hearing about that, even though I don't really watch Impact.
Yeah, Giselle Shaw was looking for a tag team partner, and Santina Morella handpicked Tara to be her tag team partner.
Just hearing Broken again just brought me back to my
that
fandom,
was
man.
cool.
You still took her off. She's crazy. Giselle Shaw still can't work with anybody.
You take that back. Giselle Shaw is a pretty good talent. I like Giselle.
I agree.
Shaw.
She's a good talent, but she's a horrible tag partner. Call it facts, Datilla.
Oh, okay. Now that you
I
say
agree.
Okay, yes, it is.
Look, don't start an Impact debate with me. You might review it, but I watch it wholeheartedly every week. We'll be here for another hour.
I was going to say, I feel like there's a difference between Noah saying work with or work against.
Yeah.
And he did specifically say she can't work with somebody.
Yeah.
Working against somebody is a whole other story.
Well, I
Go ahead,
misheard,
James.
so I apologize.
No, it's all good.
Datilla, you should know by now. When I'm simple, I am simple, but I always bring the conversation when I have to, and I love engaging. So hey, it's all good. Plus, people say I write better than I speak, and all I do is type emos for a living.
So before I completely go again, because the Wi-Fi is so bad here because of the heat outside, I will say to defend Josh a little bit. I think the only reason why they put Trish in there is because they want two veterans, one in the ladder match sense, the Money in the Bank match sense, and the other one in the how to put a match together sense. That's the only thing that I could think of, really, why they put Trish in that match, to be fair. They think she's like a
Trish's
tenured
first ever
veteran,
ladder
so
match.
that's probably why.
And there.
Yeah, true. That also probably could be a factor.
Grant, I still want her to win. I still want her to cash in on Rhea.
I mean, if they
that's neither here nor
need a woman to do the match structure, Molly Holly is an agent.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
That is true.
And Tyson, TJ usually works, diligently with the women. So the two of them are probably going to end up being the bookers for the match, the agents.
Probably.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
I just saying that might be why. It might also be a Vince call for all we know as well.
That's fair.
Real.
Now,
all right.
Finalize real quick.
Yes.
My last thing on this, you guys made your some good points with your others who deserve it. Melina, Victoria. Let's come back to this and talk to me when Michelle McCool goes into the Hall of Fame before those two do. And
Which
that's
I think
the
would be
bottom line.
bullshit.
Yeah, that's when you're really going to
Bullshit, by
get
the
a
way,
rant from
for
me
the
if
record.
that happens.
Just saying.
But I still say, give Michelle another
But he's
run.
probably
Give her a
not
title
wrong.
run. But
No, he's probably not wrong, but
And I will enjoy
still
that
don't think that
rant.
it should happen. All right.
No. Nobody
Before
does.
we throw to commercial, I did see in the private chat that both Josh and Datilla are about to bounce out. Is there anything that you guys would like to plug or promote before you guys take off for the evening?
Datilla, you want to go first?
You can go first. It's fine.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, you can follow me on Twitter at CatholicJosh122, Instagram, Balamangram. You can hopefully, maybe, we'll see, there might be a little surprise of the Meltzer of the Multiverse coming soon from the stores of the Meacham. We will see, potentially. And, we'll see what article I write next week that ticks off either Noah or James. We'll see which one I decide to go for.
Why me? Why does it have to be me?
I said you were Noah. I said you were Noah.
But why?
'Cause I
We
already got Jeff
don't
and I got
pay
JJ.
attention to this shit. Neither one of us pay attention.
I was going to say, if you're trying to piss Noah off, then you're best to get him on the show because he doesn't scroll, he doesn't click. He says that every week.
Yeah, and I've
So he's not going to
follow
click
suit.
on your article. In fact, when I posted the Hogan article last week, so everyone could read it to know what was coming, Noah purposely didn't read the article.
When he was here,
So-
he barely listened
I
to
gotta
it.
figure something special out for Noah, but we'll see what I write next week. I've
Praise
been
Jeff
considering
Jarrett.
a
That'll do good.
No, I don't give a crap about Jeff Jarrett enough to try to do that for
You've
Noah.
been running to get Noah in November on karaoke for months now. Just let that be your let that
true,
be your
yes.
point of attack. Jesus
Noah,
Christ!
Noah and me doing our duet.
Please.
Yes, Noah and I doing our adorable duet. That's going to be so beautiful. Yes.
Oh,
Gonna have to make sure you're back for that, Datilla.
Yes, Datilla.
I'll try.
So that's all. That's all I got. But before we go to commercial, I'll do my usual sign off.
Which is?
You know what it is.
So do it.
You're up, dude.
Oh, fair enough. Fuck Phil Belichick.
All right, Josh, we'll see you next week.
See ya.
Go to bed, young boy.
Datilla, anything that you would like to plug before we go to commercial?
Yeah, well, before I sign off, I just want to say thanks again, you guys, for inviting me on this stream. It's definitely my first time coming up in here with all of you. I actually did WrestleMania predictions with Noah a couple months back, so
Yeah.
he and I had done stream together. But thank you guys so much for inviting me. And as for what I have to plug and promote, well, I did do a review for Collision. You know, I do Raw, SmackDown, Rampage, Dynamite, and I will be doing Forbidden Door. I cover Impact reviews, like the pay-per-views and the monthly specials at my YouTube channel, Rangers of Wrestling. I live tweet during the shows, except during Impact because I can't watch Impact live anymore, so I always catch the replay. But I tend to live tweet. You can follow me on Twitter at @Datilla_. You can also follow my YouTube, Instagram, Rangers of Wrestling. And if you like Power Rangers, I like Power Rangers, and I have some pretty cool content coming out for Power Month in August. So make sure you tune in for that. And as far as, thank you guys so much for having me, and I'll see you guys next time. Bye.
Before you go,
go ahead, Jeff.
As the man with the name of the marquee, since next week is going to be the official launch, officially, welcome to the multiverse of media, and may God help you.
Yes, I was going to say, Datilla, it's been a pleasure having you on the show. You're welcome to join us anytime you wish. We are live doing this every Saturday at 8 o'clock our time, 11 o'clock Eastern time, until whenever we're done.
Okay.
We tried for midnight, but yeah.
You're also welcome to pop in for any of the watch-alongs we do. More often than not, it's either me and Noah on the call if it's a WWE or NXT show, Noah and James on the call if it's anything else. And then in between matches, video packages, whatever, the rest of us usually pop into the stream and kind of bullshit, talk about our live reactions of the match that just occurred, thoughts, whatever. So you're more than welcome to join us for any of those if you'd like as well.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you guys so much for having me, and I'll see you guys next time. Bye.
All right.
See you down the road, Datilla.
See you then.
And then there were four.
Oh my God, we're in sync.
And then the core four remained. May God help the rest of the audience the rest of the way.
Yeah, exactly.
So that was my little surprise for everybody. I hope everyone enjoyed that.
Always good, and I hope that with the integration of Datilla and the return of Greg Cherry, we can get. I know it's late for you East Coast kids, but hopefully we can get Greg on Open Mic Night and get all of the heads of the networks. Maybe even Aaron. God help us on Open Mic Night. You know what? If Aaron does indeed follow through and come out here for Horror Nights in October, and he'll be on West Coast time with the rest of us yahoos, we will get him on, and we'll try to get Greg and Datilla on at the same time.
That would be awesome. And as we go to our next commercial, this is a look at all of the upcoming specials that'll be coming across the multiverse of media as part of our Open Mic Nights. Botch, I know. I saw the match game one in there. I thought I had uploaded the newer one because I updated all the others. It's my bad.
I will say, the more I see the one of Wrestling Karaoke and WrestleMania season, I want Dan Lambert on the show just because I want to hear him karaoke now.
Yes,
I
agree.
But I'm here for it. Why not?
Yeah, why not?
The thing is I was just trying to find transparent graphics of wrestlers with microphones, and sadly those are the only ones I could find.
hey, it's all good because just the seed being planted in people's brains of Dan Lambert, not only back on the microphone, but karaokeing is enough to give us all nightmares until March. So we're good.
It's fair. Speaking of something that could give us nightmares.
See, I disagree, but go ahead.
On Raw, it was announced randomly that Logan Paul is going to be in the Money in the Bank ladder match.
Yes.
I have heard Jeff talk about this, so I'm going to come to him last.
Right.
What are everybody's thoughts on Logan Paul being inserted in this match? Because now it makes it an odd 7, unless they surprise add someone else to even it out and make it 8.
Jeez.
Add Cody.
Is Logan Paul as Mr. Money in the Bank something that is a viable, foreseeable possibility in this thing? You know, Raymond asked earlier, and I started, do you think it's fair for Logan Paul to be in the match without qualifying for it?
For his gimmick, yes.
I was going to say, as far as him being put in the match without qualifying for it, absolutely. He's an international megastar. Yes. He's going to draw eyes to the product and everything.
Yeah.
But him winning it?
No.
That's a whole other can of worms. And again, I've heard Jeff talk about this. I know how Jeff feels. Noah. What does the simple man think about this?
You want me to hate the men's Money in the Bank more than I have the last few years? Like, seriously? You talk about a hostage situation. Logan Paul would fuck this thing more up than Brock Lesnar did with the Brock Boombox, and that gimmick got over because Brock usually don't show a character like that. As far as this goes, there's only one person that deserves to win this men's Money in the Bank ladder match, and that's LA Knight. Anything less than that, the Money in the Bank is fucked. So, yeah, Logan Paul, viral disease, YouTuber, TikToker, fuck that engine. Big exposure on all forms of social media. Good for him. So, yeah, mainstream appeal, sell more Prime. Why do people drink that shit? Yeah, that's a thing. That's a thing. Because everyone loves watching Logan Paul. If nothing else, you'll talk about Logan Paul. Yeah, he draws attention. Good for him. Absolutely irrelevant to me besides that, considering everybody else qualifies. I guess if nothing else, he's at least actually announcing he's in Money in the Bank versus Brock Lesnar just coming in and swooping it in against Mustafa Ali that one year. So
yeah,
I'll give Logan Paul that freaking viral moment of Grayson Waller couldn't do it any better if he wanted to. So I mean, yeah, Logan Paul back. Shocking? Not really. SummerSlam season. And with Cody right now not looking like he's going to finish his story, I can see this leading to Logan Paul versus Cody Rhodes at SummerSlam at this point. Because why the fuck is Cody facing Dominic? How random is that? And we really don't even have a match. And she's a champion. Yeah, you remember that? I don't. Okay, so Logan Paul's in Money in the Bank. Whoop-de-doo. LA Knight better win. Otherwise, fuck this match.
All right. Fair enough. All right. Before I throw it to James, ladies and gentlemen, the big baller in the house.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, I'm on my break. I figured I'd pop in for a bit.
Good to see you.
Big G
we'll go ahead and we'll
throw
to you next then because you're on a limited time. We're discussing Logan Paul being put in the Money in the Bank ladder match. Your thoughts?
Don't get me started on that.
He's only got a half hour, Jay.
No. It's all good. No. I figured that's what he was going to do when he came on Raw. You know, that's his sneaky way of, if he does not end up winning at Money in the Bank, he's going to cash in on Seth at SummerSlam. That's how I see it. But in my brain says Logan Paul, my heart says LA Knight to win Money in the Bank. Because LA Knight is so over right now, it's not even funny. And that's organic shit. Yeah. So, but yeah, I mean, Money in the Bank should be a good show. So we'll see who wins. Are you guys talking about the women's too, or just the men's, or just Logan Paul?
We're just talking about Logan Paul.
Oh, okay, yeah. But you know what? I drink Logan Paul's Prime drink, so I support him.
There you go, man.
That way too.
There you go. Well, it's good to see you, Big G. I'm glad you're able to pop in, even if only for a few minutes. James, what are your thoughts?
Oh boy. So I've been okay with Logan Paul, unlike most people, but yeah, I don't think he should win. I'm okay with it because I think that his character, yeah, he's the spoiled rich kid. That's his personality IRL. So makes sense. Why not? Yeah. Yes. No. Exactly. So yeah, it makes sense. It makes sense for him to actually get this. I'm just glad that they actually had a proper character, right? That they could actually put that on to make him even more hated. Right. And it actually gets some good heat in that regard because, man, how many times did they just randomly put in people in the Money in the Bank match with no repercussions, no consequence, anything? And then it's just like, what made you deserve to get the Money in the Bank shot? Why you get it? And then there's no reason given. Here is the reason given. Logan Paul is spoiled. That's the reason. You know, it makes sense. So I'm cool with it. I'm with Jeff. I'm not against it.
Well, I don't know if everybody here is with Jeff because from what I heard, Jeff is fine with Logan Paul winning it.
Oh, well.
Go ahead,
all the time on Impulsive on YouTube.
So, again, let me just be clear that I stand by what I said earlier when we were talking about Trish being in it, and that it should be talent that's not getting, enough of a rub from creative or whatever to have this ace in the hole. But think about the idea of WWE and how much more aware of their brand and where it goes than they ever have been in their 60-year existence, right? Yeah. Because there was a thing as a chief brand officer in 1963 when Vince Sr. and Toots broke off from the NWA. It just wasn't the thing back then because it didn't need to be a thing back then, right? But you look at it now, the WWE Championship belts. Noah and I go back and forth on this because, yes, we as wrestling belt mark purists, whatever you want to call it, think they should retain a prestigious look. But BIM World Championships look really good with side plates that can be used by sports teams, athletes, whatever, to get the cross promotion and the synergy in between the two brands, right?
Right.
Just think about if this network, if Aaron's YouTube or whatever, got a bigger audience than they do now, than we do now. And just imagine if WWE's briefcase was just sitting there right in front of God and everybody. How many followers does Logan Paul have? Like 18 million or some shit? That's 18 million people seeing this big-ass WWE logo on every time he does a podcast, every time he goes out and does social media, every time he does anything, because it's a very easy accessory to bring along with you everywhere you go. You can bring it on the airplane, check that shit in the baggage claim, and he can take it around the world with him when he does the stupid shit he does on a regular basis. That's why I'm okay with him winning Money in the Bank, because that gets the WWE brand out there, whether we hardcore, pure wrestling fans like it or not. As somebody who is much more in tune with the business than I used to be, my friend Sean Ricker, LA Knight winning, notwithstanding, I'm here for it, for Logan Paul to be Mr. Money in the Bank.
Just to point something out here, while Jeff went on his thing, his little diatribe there, I went to Logan Paul's YouTube channel.
Okay.
23.6 million subscribers.
Just on YouTube.
His last video from 1 month ago, 5.3 million views.
Okay. So figure a fourth of his audience have seen that. Roughly. I'm doing very simple division there. I didn't hear the exact decimals, but yeah. A fourth of his audience has seen that in how short a time?
A month.
A month. Which, figure a lot of those subscriptions are probably bots. I mean, if we're being real.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And I understand that, Anthony, that a lot of his fans know he's in WWE, but the wrestling fans that are tuning in to see it every week are going to see Logan Paul with the briefcase, and they're going to go, maybe I want to see more of this guy. And then they will be the ones that go to his audience. That's how you cross-pollinate. Again, you don't have to like it, but as the authority constantly said, you don't have to like it if it's best for business. Whether we, as the hardcore wrestling fans that don't necessarily subscribe to the Meltzer scale or whatever, but we want to see professional wrestling, damn it, want to downplay the importance of the sports entertainment aspect of the business. I have said it for more years now than I care to admit because I'm old as shit. If you've watched and became a fan of wrestling after December of '83, you're a sports entertainment fan, whether you like it or not.
Yeah.
And the only reason other than what Jeff pointed out, why I feel like putting the briefcase with Logan Paul would be beneficial is because it would actually be forgotten about.
Yes.
You wouldn't have Austin Theory, Otis, The Miz, insert name here, on TV every week with that briefcase. Logan Paul only shows up for big shit.
Yep.
So whether he's going to cash in and win or lose,
right.
And let's be real, if he's cashing in, he's probably going to lose because he's not going to be, someone that's there to defend the belt all the time.
Yeah. I don't think he's winning if he cashes in. Let me be clear on that. Yeah.
But you forget that it's there so that when his music hits and he comes out, it's like, I forgot Logan Paul had that shit.
Right? Yep. Think about the early days of the briefcase, Jay. When Edge cashed in on John, that pay-per-view was over. John had survived the chamber. He'd gotten through all the adversity. Vince walks out. He says the words cash in, and we go, oh, shit, that's right. And then Coach, people shit on Jonathan Coachman. I don't understand it. Well, now we don't know why Edge got disqualified earlier. It's like it's the master plan, the ultimate opportunist. He would have cashed in no matter who survived that chamber because they knew the chamber was going to kill the guy. Mm-hmm. 2007, when he defeated Kennedy to get the briefcase back, you could hear Bradshaw, no Edge, damn it, not this way. It's like people didn't expect it because he was on Raw. The world title was on SmackDown. It was that surprise element. Even as recently as Rollins. Man, people, ask Aaron and his wife at the time. They were in the crowd. People lost their goddamn minds when Rollins came down that ramp. Money in the Bank has been lampooned since 2017. Baron Corbin. Holy God. The Carmella fiasco with Ellsworth. Every Mr. and Ms. Money in the Bank since then has kind of been like, oh, that's right, we still got that match. But if you take the element off television, and then, like you said, Jay, that is a valid point, partner. I love that shit. You hear that music, you go, oh no. Like you get the oh shit when he comes down that ramp, like, yep, this guy's done. And he does an Edge style cash in, whether he wins or not. You had that sense of dread, like, oh my God, are we actually going to see this numbskull become the WWE or World Heavyweight Champion? Oh my effing God, please don't let this happen. And you get invested, and your freaking goosebumps raise up on your, and you get pissed off, and you're like, oh God, not this motherfucker, no. And you get invested in the product again, even if it is for that 5 minutes, because then, God help us, if he wins, we're tuning in the next night on Raw. Because we want to hear what this new champion who doesn't belong has to say.
100%.
Without question. And ain't that point great? Double J. J. Williams. Love you, know.
I have a rebuttal.
Go for it.
Okay.
This is the last topic, so after this...
Oh, perfect. Oh, perfect. Dude, that's great for me. My rebuttal to this is, I think if it would have an impact on the ratings and other stuff, it would have by now. It has a little bit, but not by much. To be fair, because
I don't think that Vince McMahon, Endeavor, Paul Levesque, Triple H, fuck it, I don't care. Hunter, I can never say his damn last name. Doesn't matter. I don't think they're putting as much emphasis on the ratings as AEW or the AEW fans are, because they don't need to compete with ratings. They are the brand. They are the company. WWE is WWE. I think just the sheer what the shit of Logan Paul winning the briefcase, and again, God forbid, becoming the champion of either brand of WWE, main brand, I should say, will get that wrestling fan water cooler talk we've all craved and talked about since 1998-99.
What about 2000, 2001, 2002, 2003, 2004?
I mean, no. I only say those years because I think by the end of 98, early 99, the war was over. There were some cool moments, but as you did, I talked about on our first episode of June. Yes. Dads? Yeah, first of 3, because we're going to have one this coming week. Mm-hmm. The war was all but funeral service planned and things buried by that point.
Yeah, true.
And yes, Jericho being on Raw was maybe not a water cooler, but it was definitely did you see what happened last night on Raw? But it wasn't the talk of the general public, like Hulk Hogan turning bad, like Hulk Hogan WCW in the first place. Things like that. This would get more of an audience talking about the business. Because I think you said 20 million people on YouTube. Again, not everybody on there is a legitimate person. I understand that. The Lord knows I understand that. But it would still generate discussion amongst people that may not necessarily be wrestling fans at their core, but because they're Logan Paul fans, they're more inclined to be wrestling fans because this is the thing that Logan Paul does now.
See, for me, it's weird because I wouldn't say I'm a fan of Logan, but I more so tolerate him now only because him and KSI made nice. And I'm a KSI fan.
Right.
And I'm also a wrestling fan. So I'm the weird dude that's already a fan of all that shit. So it's,
Right. I got you.
I'm here in the weird paradox of YouTube and wrestling coming together, and it's really weird. You know what's also weird? Completely freaking sub-tangent, but it does relate to this with a wrestler and a YouTuber. So there is a Smosh cast member named Kimmy, I believe, Kimmy Menez, who's dating one of the members of TMDK.
Shane and Mikey.
I believe it's Shane. Shane. So what's his new name now? It's not Shane Thorne. What's his name now?
Not Shane Haste.
Shane Haste. Yeah, that's what it is.
Okay.
She's dating Shane Haste. Bro, they need to get him on a microphone because what I saw on the comedy skits that he did for Smosh, man, like, dude, he's
funnier than shit.
He's so funny. I wish they put a microphone in front of his mouth, dude. For real.
No, it's like I said when I went to Sam Roberts' podcast. If they let that Baron Corbin on the microphone, he wouldn't get near his shit on.
No.
But that's sub tangent. But yeah, it's when wrestlers are allowed to be themselves, even with the volume turned up, it's golden. Baron's just trying too hard to be an obnoxious, unlikable heel because that's what he thinks is best. I think if you just let him out a little more of the guy behind Baron Corbin out of that creative cage, maybe do some damage control. But anyway, yeah. As far as Logan, again, people are going to be divided on this. I mean, Noah's not going to come off the perch of he's a viral disease, and I don't disagree with that. Him and his brother are just everything that's wrong with social media as a platform in general, right?
Yeah.
They get attention because they do stupid, obnoxious, degrading shit. Not near as bad as Jackass guys. What?
I will say Jake's worse. Continue.
Well, yeah, Jake's far worse. No doubt about that. And
by far,
the sooner Jake gets his jaw punched off, the better. But
he already did.
Well, I know, but I just think that there's enough of a buzz that would be generated where it wouldn't be the worst thing. Do I want it to happen? Absolutely not. I want the LA Knight to be in a main event opportunity since he wasn't even in WWE, because I believe that much in Sean. I love Sean to pieces. I always have.
Agreed.
I just don't know if, with Logan Paul in the picture, if WWE's finally going to realize that LA Knight, pronouns pal, is the trigger to pull. If they do, it's great, because he can be that classic Edge, CM Punk when he was heel style Mr. Money in the Bank, where he can lie in the shadows and just wait.
Yeah.
And make it happen.
True.
Without coming off so divisive to the audience, because the most of the pressing audience, well, they might not like wink wink the character LA Knight. They respect the shit out of him for what he's done and what he's gone through.
Yeah.
And I'll say it until I'm blue in the face or more purple than my king shirt. When you get the endorsement of a Hall of Famer like this, you put some fucking stank on the name, kids.
Oh yeah. Sorry.
No. Exactly. Sean Ricker and even Brian Cage, even though he and I didn't always, see eye to eye, those two guys were the last two guys that Percy went, okay, these guys are the future of the industry. Brian's had a little more of a stutter step because, of his issues and, not exactly being a people person with his bosses, but him and Sean Ricker both still have so much upside for me.
Mm-hmm. True.
But I digress, much like Noah.
And ratings are irrelevant.
We know. We agree. We've been agreeing. It's okay.
Yes. Yeah.
During that, we did get a super chat from Big G to your channel, Jeff.
Thank you, G. Appreciate
$5
that.
super chat saying that he loves us and he has to head back.
Yeah.
Yes.
And yeah, just imagine if LA Knight, and I'm gonna totally steal Anthony's chat here because I agree with it wholeheartedly. What if he were to cash in on Seth? We always talk about, Seth needs a long run. No. Seth needs a long feud to occupy and re-elevate that goddamn architect back into blueprint drawing mode. Him and LA Knight for the rest of this year after SummerSlam, after LA Knight does him dirty and cashes in, fucking take my money. Jesus.
Yes.
Yeah, could be good stuff.
No. Not yes.
Yeah. That's right. Yeah, seriously.
I digress.
Hunter and Vince, let me talk to you.
Dummies.
I'm not
dummy. Yeah.
I still had that app for the longest time before they finally discontinued it. I was so bummed when they did that. I was mad. Oh well, that shit was funny.
That dummy button. Oh my gosh.
Dummy. Yeah.
Oh
yeah.
So much good out of him in there in a time where Impact Wrestling was just the drizzling shits creative.
Him and EC3 before EC3 left his cotton picking mind.
Right.
Seriously.
Good grief.
God, just think, Derek Bateman and Sean Ricker, two people WWE just had no interest in whatsoever at their infancy. If they could have got more of an audience and better things to fill out the other 2 hours of Impact, my God, they still could have had a serious run. Jesus.
Brother.
Yeah, trouble for everybody else if they'd actually done anything with it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, we digress. We're being retrospective. We're trying to go to break here.
Missed opportunity.
Speaking of retrospective.
Want to take this one last commercial break before we come back and we really hit the shills. Get out of here for this evening. This is a new trailer.
Ooh.
something that people haven't seen a million times before.
Oh.
This is what is coming up beginning July 1st in the members only section of the Casa D18 Studios.
Yay!
Clever stuff.
Dude, that graphic, the way I laid it out with the $5 behind it, and the fact you can see the $5, which is what the cost is, by the way, folks, so distinctly, dude, that is the best one you've done. Yeah, that was fucking awesome.
Thank you.
That looks great. Please send me that. I will show that off to everybody on that damn roster at that show tomorrow.
Definitely will. So that is the end of our broadcast for the day. We will go ahead and we will begin the shills. James, you PM'd earlier saying that once the shills were done for you, you needed to bounce out because you got a lot of stuff going on tomorrow before we open the forbidden door. So I'm going to go ahead and let you go first. That way you can dip out while me, Jeff, and Noah wrap things up.
All right. Well, I'll share my screen. I'm probably going to go like 15 different places on my graphics because I believe it or not, as we were on the thing, I'm like, all right, screw it. I'm not going to get another chance to do it. And Noah's multitasking, so I might as well pull on Noah. I actually updated the graphics finally for my promotion, so I was doing that. Here is the updated graphics. So, Owen the Talkinator Studios is finally a part of FTW Productions full on their series premiere, Owen and AJ Talks, debuting this week. The first episode available right now, the Ben 10 guessing game, featuring AJ Talent and Owen Finch. They break down Ben 10. If you are a fan of Cartoon Network, Ben 10 was the shit. And also, if you are a fan of shitting on animes that absolutely completely lose the plot, especially when we're talking about Ixnay the Cest in A. Kiss X Sis episode 2, which for some reason is like Owen's most popular review ever because they just shit all over it and people got mad because people are weird. Kiss X Sis episode 2, they're going to be shitting all over it again. So if you're looking forward to that, there you go. Also, welcoming officially, finally, to the FTW family, Zero Entertainment and Color TV, both ran by Mr. I believe he goes by Kano Miller on his CAW league. So Kano Miller running Pro Wrestling Universe and Frontline Wrestling on two different wrestling games respectively. So we got two new CAW leagues a part of our CAW league.
Scan these QR codes as we go along.
Exactly. Scan the QR codes right now. I could do this. I could do this voice on the spot. I have no friends. Sorry. I had to get that little.
No, you're not.
I'm not funny. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm not funny. You can check out for retros. We have updated that as well. Royal Rumble 98, Judgment Day 2000, and Money in the Bank 2011. Those are the three retros that are the most recent. Coming up soon will be NXT TakeOver London in preparation for AEW going all in London. So that will be the next London show that we do in preparation for that. And also a Raw Underground retro that Owen and Chris are doing because they hate themselves for some reason. I can't explain it. You can also check out the Wrestling Rundown starring myself, Noah Foster, Owen Finch, and JJ Williams. This episode was crazy fun, even though Noah and I were both dog-ass tired because we didn't get any sleep in like the last 24 hours before we went on the air.
You know, you want to see us sleep deprived? Go watch that episode. It's freaking fun.
You have to do all my gimmicks, guys. Jesus.
Exactly. And then, last but certainly not least, here's a little updated watch along event trailer. Finally updated that as well. Might have to squish Steve Macklin to just kind of center it a little bit, but you know, Impact needs to actually like put proper posters of their pay-per-views, especially
This is
their
how
Impact
bad it's gotten on our watch along schedule. There's so many QR codes for our watch alongs alone.
Exactly. We got this one. We got this one for Forbidden Door. We got this one for Double or Nothing, which is the last AEW one. We got this one for Night of Champions. And we had this Battleground one. It's members exclusive. You can check that out. It is Judge's channel. And this is the one on NoDQ.com, AEW Collision, the premiere. Go check it out. It's great.
Noah's never gonna sleep again, and Jeff's taking his Philly money for a brand new mattress so he can. Anyway,
yeah, there you go. But yeah, those are the most updated graphics. And yeah, I think I'm gonna be uploading the Simply Predicting graphics, and then we're pretty much all set and ready to go there. So
good shit.
There you go. That's what I got coming up. You guys can follow me on YouTube, youtube.com/user/jhebertside95. That is also my Twitter handle at jhebertside95. That's where you can primarily find content for everything FTW Productions as of right now.
Are you active on your Instagram at that handle, or am I just tagging some dead account at this point?
You are tagging some dead account at this point. The account never existed. jhebert95 existed, but for some reason they suspended my account. I assume due to a copyright claim of music, but you know.
Got it. I will see tagging going forward. Cool. All right.
Yeah.
I will cease sending you Instagram reels that I think are funny.
You were sending me Instagram reels on my dead account? Oh shit. I don't know. Maybe
you
it's
just remember what you've been sending me. That's all right.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes I shoot Noah some, if I find something funny wrestling related, and I would shoot them to you too, and I would hear like nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah, that might be why. Yeah, if you want to send me wrestling reels, best way to get a hold of me is on freaking Facebook. Probably I'll be able to check them out there. But anyway, yeah, go check them out on check me out on Twitter and YouTube primarily. That's where you can find me. And you can also find FTW Main Hub, which is youtube.com/@FTW Productions Main Hub. That's where the new main hub is going to be going. So everything that's on my hub right now, that's going to be moved over there because Owen was kind enough to give me his old CM Brothers account to put all the content there. Our first episode is going to be of the Mistress Audio. It's going to be the best of FTW Productions. That autism story that I did ages ago is going to be the first one that we release. So be on the lookout for that. That'll be in a few weeks. And yeah, until next time, I guess I got to do my I don't really have a catchphrase because I'm never usually the one to close out anything. So I guess we'll see you on the Jay Hebert side. It's been a while since I did that one. There you go. I got to do one at some point. Fucking hell.
Sounds good.
Yeah,
we will see you tomorrow for the coverage of Forbidden Door, brother. Thank you for popping in, man.
No doubt, man. See you guys.
Have a good night, James. And then there were 3.
Yes. And no, I'm not on the Titanic submarine. By the way, that story got wiggy in a hurry. My God, was that tragic. Damn, just finding out in the news that it imploded immediately and it was instantaneous was so much better than the speculation the news was making. My God, that was horrible. Anyway.
That's a hot take.
I don't disagree with it necessarily. I mean, if they're going to keep it an even number, because the women are at a solid 6, they're not going to increase that number anymore. But if they want to keep the men's even, just have Drew come out of freaking nowhere like Brock did. I'd be okay with that.
I mean, hell, we threw out the Money in the Bank match from last year for the men's because Austin Theory was added as wild card at the last moment by Adam Pearce because he lost the United States Championship.
And he won the damn thing, which didn't cost anybody any point picks, but it was like, and then, dude, somebody was so happy about that, and I was right there with him, and then they just To quote the opening, shit the bed. Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say they shit the bed worse than Amber Heard.
It's so bad, man. And dude, you don't have to like Theory. I know JJ and I do, but man, there's another one that because of the initial reason for the push, that kid got done dirty as fuck.
Yep.
I mean, he's U.S. champion now. Cool for him. But, what does U.S. champion mean after you've cashed in for that title and lost? Like,
yeah. And like I said a bunch of times, man, you squandered away an opportunity last week on SmackDown when Jimmy and Jay finally laid Roman out. A-Town down.
Yep. If he saw the briefcase, oh man.
I could just hear them. Oh my God, Austin Theory is going to cash in his briefcase.
Even if he lost, it still would have been a much more monumental thing than a freaking throwaway, on Raw for the U.S. title.
And he would have been the longest reigning Money in the Bank holder almost an entire year.
Yeah. Yep. Dolph still
right now, I think Carmella is the record holder at like 280 days.
Yeah, because Carmella went through the SmackDown after Mania after winning it. So, which again, you have Charlotte end Asuka's streak, and then she loses the very next televised show.
Yeah.
It's more Money in the Bank, what the hell, since the Carmella Baron Corbin year.
Yep.
Oh, anyway.
And yet the women still is 100% success rate.
That's very. You know what? I really think this might be the year that changes.
We'll see.
I hate to think that, but
we'll see who gets it.
Yep.
All right. So now on to the rest of the shills, and I will try to go through these as diligently yet as quickly as humanly possible.
Definitely.
Scroll through this real quick. Make sure I've got everything loaded that I want to plug.
While you're scrolling, people were asking me the other day what the other images are. That JJ very consciously, said to add more images to the background because I only had the one of Rob and I up.
Oh,
where'd it go? Now, fuck, I can't do this on with me there. This. So this one is the call of the Austin versus Owens match that we actually used on Open Mic Night's end of the year anniversary, where I video photoshopped in the fan cam of Austin and Owens. That way we could get the in-ring footage with Noah and James's "Oh my God" reactions, which was fucking phenomenal.
Nice.
Up here is SummerSlam last year because that's still our most watched live video on the entire channel.
And I see Sasha Derevko.
And then there's this mucker further down here, the bearded representative Jeff Meacham.
With the honey cat, honey jack, the pussycat American.
Promo that was part of the clusterfuck episode of After the Bell. And then I just put the logo here just because. But yeah, I had everything empty. And JJ's like, dude, you say this is the thing you're proudest of even now as an interviewer. Throw it up there. You've got a bunch of blank backgrounds. Might as well use I'm like, you know what? He's not wrong. So I just kind of threw shit in there. Yes, this one over here is empty and the one behind me is empty, but I think it still balances out pretty good. And this one right here is blocked, but it's funny. I'm basically going to try to have the two next watch-alongs coming up on either of the quote-unquote big screens. So,
gotcha.
For everybody that was asking over the last week, that's what's in the studio is the gems of the past and what is to come. Anyway. That wasn't on one of my shows, or I would totally do it. That is completely Aaron and Virtue's shtick, and I let them have that. So
yes. All right. Yeah. So moving on to the shills.
Yes.
Make sure you follow your barkeeps on Twitter at Hathaway Lou, at LBStatKid1977. Make sure you guys tune in not this week, but generally.
Yes.
And support Statboy Sports Bar, a co-branded Jeff Meacham Network production that airs exclusively on the Casa D18 Studios Channel.
Yes.
He was here earlier. We give him a ton of shit, but make sure that you follow the Meltzer of the Multiverse, the Cleveland combatant Josh Mansfield on Twitter at CatholicJosh122, on Instagram at MallowMangram. We also saw him pop in for a brief cameo, Big Baller G. Follow him on TikTok, Big Baller G 1988, Twitter, NoDQ_ Big Baller G, Instagram, NoDQ_ Big Baller G 1988. His friends at Parker Kane Promotions have got some autograph signings coming up here soon. Kylan Keene and Ashley Diambois.
You got
Very
it.
good.
You got it.
For Wrestle Bash 2, and then Missa Kate and Rebecca J. Scott at WrestleCade.
Yeah.
The dates on those are kind of small. WrestleCade looks like it's in November. I can't see the one for Wrestle Bash.
Thanksgiving weekend for WrestleCade, August 20th for Wrestle Bash 2.
Okay.
Also, I want to really quick shout out Ashley's sister, Sarah D'Ambois, who I met with Ashley on the Jericho Cruise in 2021. She actually just graduated. She's the newest radiology therapist of the world. So congrats to Sarah if you're watching out there. Yay.
All right.
Anyway.
Yeah. Moving on, make sure you support great longtime friend of the Jeff Meacham Network, the Frank Sinatra of the Spanish Mafia, Gino Rivera. For booking inquiries, Gino_Rivera at yahoo.com. You can find him on Facebook, first name Gino, last name Told You So, or on Instagram and Twitter at Gino Told You So. You can also check him out coming soon to Wisconsin, where him and Ocean Avery will be taking on Rampage Santana and Mr. Anderson. Anderson.
There it is. Well done.
Yes, thank you.
Of course, you can find me on Instagram, the Renegade JJ Williams, on Twitter at ROWJJ Williams, and on YouTube at Casa D18 Studios. We do have a few of you guys watching right now. Thank you very much for those of you that have joined us this evening. You saw the shill trailer, the members only exclusive area of the Casa D18 Studios channel, where you will get Renegade Wrestling reviews. Kicking off July 1st with Capital Punishment, was canned today, just needs to be edited, uploaded, so it's ready to go. And then beginning on Thursdays in July, NXT From Secret to Sensation on July 6th, the NXT Greatest Matches on July 13th, NXT Best of 2017 on July 20th, and Best of Takeover 2018 on July 27th. Also on the community tab for members only members, we have polls going up as far as which Money in the Bank ladder match you want me and Noah to do a retro call of. All the polls have ran their course. Going to give a couple more days, and then I'm going to start rerunning the winners until we narrow it down to one match.
All right.
And that match will be some point in July. Obviously, it won't be in time for July 1st when Money in the Bank is, because there's quite a few polls right now that have ties. So we're just going to have to run it back until we get down to one more match. Right, Christian?
Yeah, let's not bring up 2011 match with him and Randy Orton ever again.
Yeah, I just had to watch the freaking Capital Punishment match.
God, I'm so sorry.
Make sure you tune in on Thursdays for Throwback Thursday, where we present all kinds of classic content from a Simple Man brand, Jay Hebert Side 95 and FTW Productions, NoDQ.com, the Jeff Meacham Network, and of course, the Casa D18 Studios. Make sure you tune in tomorrow for the War Zone prior to Forbidden Door. And then on Monday, we begin our final week of Johnny Depp movies as we celebrate his 60th birthday.
Jesus.
This week, we've got Finding Neverland, Public Enemies, and Transcendence. And new release Saturday for next week will be The Flash. The Flash was originally going to be this week's new release Saturday, but due to time constraints, money, etc., I flip-flopped weeks. And Flamin' Hot went up today.
which is only a bummer because Flamin' Hot's a Disney thing, and you're starting Disney month on July 1st. So just kind of
that's why I was gonna do it, but
right.
It was what it was. Thankfully, it was already there for viewing,
right?
And I was able to get my shit in.
That's right. Brian Cage that shit and get her done.
This Friday.
Yes.
Or are we filming it Tuesday? I'm lost now. I forget how we're doing this. Are we still doing this live?
I don't.
Doing this Memorex?
Yeah.
Talk to me, Meacham.
So, okay. I'm supposed to clock in at Disney at 5 on Friday, which would be 8 o'clock Eastern before SmackDown. So my thought process is it's a joint list of the top 10 NWA World Tag Team Champions of all time. This is going back to the just before the Crockett era of the NWA was the primary output. So all the way up through now, full spoiler, we don't include anybody post TNA because I felt, in discussion that the post TNA champions really didn't grab the attention of the world like TNA and prior. If we keep it a joint list,
probably just because they didn't have the platform, if we're being
right,
honest.
Right.
The only team that I really wanted to bring up in contention, and if you want to grab an image, we can throw them as an honorable mention because I concede your point.
Right.
For personal reasons, is the Real American Heroes.
And if Carl and Joey had
Joey Ryan.
If Carl and Joey had a bigger platform, I would have agreed with that 100% because they were ridiculously entertaining as World Tag Team Champions.
And I actually got to meet them as champions. Granted, I've known Joey for years. I have a ton of photos with him.
Yes.
The only picture I have with Carl, and I have both of the tag straps in the picture with them.
Yes. Yeah. And Joey's hair is like Bermuda humidity huge. It's ridiculous how big his hair is in that picture. Anyway, it's awful. But yeah, so the plan as I see it now, as long as I can find a way backstage or prior to going backstage at Disney, is to do it live. If it doesn't work out, we can try to record it one day during the week. Either way, 6 o'clock Eastern, Friday afternoon, Friday evening, it'll be there, brother.
Sounds good. If you guys enjoyed Dattila tonight on the broadcast, make sure you subscribe to her channel, The Rangers of Wrestling. She has her recaps of all of this that went up this week. Her Raw, Dynamite, SmackDown, Rampage, and Collision post shows, all of which were live. So if you guys enjoyed her and you want to hear her talk wrestling more, again, subscribe to her channel, Rangers of Wrestling. And once Aaron Rift is done, because he usually does his stuff to the East Coast, make sure you tune in and check out Dattila's coverage as well.
Yes.
Speaking of Aaron Rift.
Yes.
The No DQ review, generally on Sundays. It won't be tomorrow, obviously, because of Forbidden Door.
Right.
The review will be on Tuesday this week at 4 p.m. Pacific, 7 Eastern, because they're going to do predictions for Money in the Bank on Thursday.
In the 8 o'clock time slot. Yeah. I know, 7 o'clock. Yeah. Because again, Aaron hates us.
And then, per usual, he's got all his standard recaps coming up this week. Yes. We need to get an updated graphic so that he has Collision on there as well.
Well,
I don't know if he's going to do Collision every week, to be fair, JJ.
No. I do have a Collision one. I just didn't send it for the Shield for tonight because he won't be doing next week because Collision will not be live next week.
Okay, so he's only going to do Collision when it's live?
That is correct.
Okay.
Makes sense.
That is correct, which is why I'm happy Dattila's doing it no matter what, because we do have a recap of Collision going up one way or the other in the multiverse, so that makes me happy.
There you go.
Yes.
This week, unfortunately, still have it in here.
Yes, there will be no Talk Wrestling on No DQ this week.
That's true. You'll still be doing it. It just won't be on No DQ.
Right. So yeah, it's going to be one of those days that if we do end up filming Dad's, Jeff's going to be up and just be working all day Tuesday, which is fine. Tuesday, 10 o'clock, 10:05 Eastern, 7:05 Pacific, after the NXT East Coast feed on the Jeff Meacham Network, the Casa D18 Studios, the Noah Foster channel, the Superman brand, and the J Hero side of things. And this will be the last week that's only on those 4, because after Money in the Bank, I'll be back on the Greg Cherry brand. And with any luck, WWE will stop messing up everybody's schedule, and I can go back on Tuesday on NoDQ.com after Money in the Bank as well. So we'll see. Speaking of the Greg Cherry Show, let's see, Wednesday this week. I should, wink, wink, should be on the show this week. But Greg Cherry and Maddie Laws will be on Wednesday, 7 o'clock Eastern, 4 Pacific. Maddie, who his schedule unfortunately changed, we were going to lose him. We actually have him for the entirety of this month. So this coming Wednesday, he'll be on again. Greg Cherry Show is kind of a mixed bag. We talk about sports, talk about wrestling, we talk about life. We don't talk about politics because that shit's a work. Buy that shirt from Greg because politics are bad.
Okay.
But and some drugs are bad. If you follow RVD's Twitter, they're all bad. You just gotta know where to filter through. Good Lord, was he on one this week? Anyway, love you, Rob. Not gonna see him tomorrow either. The one time Katie's gonna be in a show in California and fucking Rob isn't going with her. His ass is going to Michigan.
He's going home. Leave him alone.
I gave him niceties on the Twitter message and talking back and forth. But you know what? Goddamn him. I wanted to see him tomorrow. Anyway. But yeah, Greg Cherry Show every Wednesday, one way or the other, unless he's absolutely not available. Then we just don't do the show. Yes, my buddy Nikki, who was actually, I don't know if I told you guys this last week or not, she's part of a Sublime all-female tribute, Sheblime now. They're out.
Yes, you did mention that.
Freaking awesome. I love it. But when she's not doing that, she is offering Skype lessons and Zoom lessons for guitar, bass, etc. at Nikki_Nacho_Stevens on Instagram. Worst case scenario, reach out to me. I will filter the message through, and we will get you signed up for guitar lessons. Ask the kiddo in my house. We can vouch for her amazing guitar instructions.
There you go. All right. I do believe, even though the date is messed up on this.
Oh, okay.
Well, the date is right. The day is wrong.
Yes, the day I actually sent you an update. I did one during the week. I don't know if it actually went through, but yes,
I never got it. It's okay.
Tomorrow, June 25th, because they can't just keep things on one day or the other week, and they got to mess with my already fractured brain, bastard. Tomorrow, Sunday, June 25th, 7 o'clock Eastern, 4 Pacific with our coverage. They'll be on the air at 8 o'clock with the pay-per-view, but of course it's a 0 hour. They have 14 matches, I heard, scheduled for tomorrow, Noah.
Yes, they added three. They added 3 more matches on the 0. The 0 has 4 freaking matches.
Have fun producing that one tomorrow, brother.
What time does the 0 hour begin?
7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
That's what I thought. So we will go live at 6 p.m. Eastern Time.
Oh, geez. Okay, wow.
That way we can give a little bit of a preview, because with 14 matches, there's a lot to talk about.
Damn it, Tony. Why?
It's going to be bananas.
We'll try to only cover the major matches on the pre-show, because we're not going to have time to get through 14 matches.
Not with the big panel anyway, no. But
yeah, even if it's just the 3 of us and it's just me, you, and James, there's no way we're going through 14 matches in 1 hour.
Depending on who's on the panel, you'll be lucky to go through the 5 most important matches on this show.
Yeah.
He's crazy. He's freaking crazy.
If you're on at 6, which is 3, I should be able to be part of at least the pre-show part of it. I think I'm supposed to leave here about 3 to 3:30 my time, 6 to 6:30. So I might be in the car on the way to LA, but I'll be able to be part of the show, because it's just.
And they finally put up the graphic for the freaking 6-man tag official on the main card with Tetsuya Naito Tranquilo, so you can meet that. I'll send you it in the chat.
Cool. Yeah, I'll be working on those tonight, and then tomorrow I'll send them all JJ's way so he can be proper producer guy. And I'll also load them in the room, because that way you guys can do both, share and post. By the way, I'm not going to call a person out to the carpet on that was on Twitter. Why are they having freaking this jobber be a part of the 6-man match? And it's like, dude, just because you don't watch Japan Pro Wrestling, Tetsuya Naito is anything but a goddamn jobber. Okay,
but there's
seriously.
Those people that I like to think are just kindly young boy or uneducational, and then there's people that are just dirtlet idiots that don't have a brain or choose not to have one in the first place.
I was going to say,
society is what it is.
the person in question is a chosen ignorant, and that's the most frustrating goddamn thing.
Yes,
I mean, dare to be stupid. A song was written about that. I guess they were even stupider than the song implied.
Yeah, it's like you don't have to be a fan, fine, but don't shit on it just because you don't know.
Yes.
And they're just trying to draw a freaking click just so they are relevant more on the internet than they are in life.
Well, considering who they primarily work and write for, the freaking clicking is all anyway.
Anyway, moving on.
Yes.
People are stupid.
In addition to all of that stuff, you guys saw the open mic night trailer.
Yes.
Coming soon to open mic night. We have all of this stuff just between now and WrestleMania next year.
All the game shows.
Oh, Lordy.
And the karaoke.
Yes.
I'm not getting on that tonight. I've been up since 8 a.m. I'm tired as F.
No. Noah, I'm not saying it to try to rub you the wrong way, but it is part of the shill.
Yes.
We've got to promote
I get
it.
I did promotion. It's a promotion.
So,
I get it.
So next month, July, we're going to have our version of the pyramid.
Yes.
I'm still looking forward
Due
to
to shenanigans and circumstances beyond our control the other week during match game, it will be a civil war as brother and sister Emmanuel and Arlene Dominguez face off against one another.
Yes.
The winner of that will then face the reigning champion Natalie Williams, my daughter, in Lingo in September.
Yes.
Nice.
And then from that point forward, whoever the winner is will get to come back for Haunted Hangman, and then we'll just continue finding a new contestant to go up against her.
With the exception of February.
Yes, because that's going to be the company heads, if you will, assuming that everybody locks in a position.
Yes.
Coming in August, we're going to have the open mic night karaoke night where we do our British invasion theme as we head in towards All In.
Ringo Starr, not the singer. He was the drummer of the band.
In November, we're going to have the Disney karaoke. December will be our second annual Christmas party.
Damn it.
And then come March next year, it'll be our second annual wrestling karaoke as we head in towards WrestleMania.
Super damn it.
Love it. Absolutely love it.
So much good stuff there. I do see we have a comment in the room.
There's a few in the room, but it's all pretty much
most of it is whatever, but
put it politely, it's just, like Orange Cassidy would be like, whatever.
We know King Mike wants to see on Forbidden Door tomorrow. Clearly.
Yes. Noah, we're gonna begin your shills here, and do note I have 4 graphics for you to discuss, so don't just immediately throw after your initial.
That's fine. Simply follow me on primarily the Twitter and YouTube at Boston1916. If I have a picture that will tell a story, you'll find it on Instagram, but until then, Instagram's pretty much irrelevant, except for communicating with Barney and Mayo, because I know they don't have Facebook. Appreciate you both. Find my Simple YouTube channel in Foster1916, the Simple Man brand, for all your city predicting videos that are live, for all the simple takes, for updates on leagues, for your choice in a simple assessment after each big wrestling show, and of course, much more. As I'm approaching.
Speaking of simply predicting.
Yeah.
Good God.
God help me. The summer of Simply Predicting, as you see before you. We just did Forbidden Door yesterday. JJ was part of that shenanigan. Bye Zero. Welcome to the Simply Predicting family. And of course, coming up this Friday's Money in the Bank. JJ will be part of that, along with so far Christopher Rotz and Jeff Chadwick and me. 2 spots remain. And then we go from there, as you can see, right around the horn.
You know what? If they are available, Noah, and I do have one more graphic for you, but if they're available, I say we get Meacham and Dattila to do Money in the Bank.
If it works for them at 5:15 p.m. Eastern Standard Time Friday, I welcome both with open arms.
So that's 2:15 our time, Jeff.
Hey.
Wait. I'll be not at work yet. I'm there.
Hey, excellent. Let's see if Dattila can join the fun. Also, of course, as I alluded to, we not only predict the shows, we review them. Whether it's me and JJ, or me and James, or me and another party. And I'm going to try and see what I can do about Impact Wrestling. Stay tuned, of course, for a simple take, an extended post-show discussion later on in the week, usually live, but sometimes recorded, on the biggest shows, primarily WWE, AEW, maybe Impact Wrestling will become a thing. Stay tuned. Forbidden Door, tentatively Tuesday night. And maybe even NXT, even though it's not my NXT, damn it. Maybe that'll be a member exclusive, but I digress.
This is my NXT.
That's
right.
right.
I digress. I know. That.
Jesus.
I
honestly just made that the other day because Jeff was kind of putting the idea out there into my head that nobody in the multiverse does a review of NXT. Aaron doesn't cover it. Dattila doesn't cover it. And since it's my NXT, damn it, why don't I review it?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, it makes sense. Let's see what happens.
So, do we have the two I sent you during the course of the show?
You did send them. I did upload them. Where did I put them?
I don't know. I didn't do it.
Give me a second to scroll through.
I'll go ahead and.
It's okay. I'm not finding them. Just give me 2 seconds, and I will load them in because I did save them with intent to put them up. So
I can totally build the one while you're putting them anyway. So there you go. In the vein of Noah's most favorite karaoke coming up in November, it's crazy. Happy heavenly birthday to Walt's brother, Roy O. Disney, the man who, if we're being honest, kept the company moving because he was in charge of the financial side of things while Walt was doing the creative stuff. So without Roy Disney, I'm certainly not sitting here as a cast member, nor is the company still going as it was, nor would there be a Walt Disney World resort because that was all finished under Roy's watch. So 130 today if he was still alive because goddamn, that's a long time. So be glad you're having a heavenly birthday, Roy, because 130 is goddamn old. So yes, happy birthday, Roy. Happy birthday, Mr. Disney, and we salute you at the parks and resort side of things of the company. Also, tomorrow, as you guys are getting your Melina's face is just completely blotched.
I'm about to go move it.
And I love how the graphic, and I'm going to give you WWE shit for this because they used a graphic of a belt that she never held, but that's okay. At the Globe Theater, home of Impact Wrestling's Multiverse United show at WrestleMania week, as well as the regular home of PWG, we will have Ultimate Women of Wrestling event number 4, Heatwave, GJJ, Heatwave in California. What a concept, right? Almost like somebody did that before. All these women will be involved in the process of the event, as well as Melina, who will be on commentary, hosted by Melissa Santos there on the microphone in the middle. I get to finally meet Tessa Blanchard. Holy shit. I get to meet Kylan King, Noah. Holy shit.
Yes.
I love it. I get to see Katie Forbes, who I haven't seen in over a year, and she's not bringing Rob, so poop on both of them. Lady Tapa, who I was a big fan of when she was in Impact Wrestling, she'll be a part of the card. The Renegade twins are going to be there. It's going to be a hell of an afternoon. Travis is going to provide the wheels for me and help me with camera work because I talked to Melina actually yesterday. She was doing a Twitter space while I was at the hospital with my pops, and she's going to be live streaming out in the outside of the venue before the show opens up the doors. So it's like, well, I do that for a living anyway, so I'll just go with you. She's like, yeah, bring the camera. I'm like, well, shit, you're going to give me the invite. So I will be popping in during the course of the afternoon. If I'm already there when you guys start the pre-show for Forbidden Door, then obviously I'll pop in during. But I will do my best to not just pop in and be that guy because I know when I pop in, it automatically goes on the screen and drives everything ape shit. So I will shoot producer man a message as I'm getting ready to pop in. But I figure give the people a little local perspective because we talked about UWW a lot when it was debuting last summer. Just kind of fell by the wayside because a lot of poor communication and management bullshit that I'm not going to get into in public. But I get a chance to go and see people I haven't seen in a while or meet people I haven't met. So Travis and I are going to go enjoy it, and we're definitely going to be talking about Forbidden Door while we're down there as the show goes on. So it's going to be he's not here, a banger of a Sunday across the multiverse of media.
There you go. Well, if there is nothing else, gentlemen, I believe that'll do it for the evening.
Yeah.
Noah, appreciate you coming in late and hanging out with us as always. Look forward to your call tomorrow on Forbidden Door.
Oh, Lord.
It should be a hell of a show.
I can't wait, but God help me, Tony Khan. 14 matches. Damn it. Yeah. What more is there to be said except let's freaking go. I can't freaking wait. Forbidden Door. Is it going to be my pick of the year like last year? Only time will tell, too. But if people want to know more about me in general, know this. For I am just a very tired but simple man and a lifelong fan of professional wrestling. Damn it! But I digress. Find me primarily, as we alluded to earlier, on the Twitter and on YouTube at Foster1916. But again, there's so much come across the multiverse of media. Follow everybody here underneath this unique, wonderful family. And just as I always like to conclude and encourage you to remember too, that there are no winners, there are no losers, there are no betters, just fans with opinions for this passion we all share. At the end of the day, folks, support one another, respect each other, protect your mentality too, and trust your families, and just enjoy life and enjoy professional wrestling. It's as simple as that.
And I'm with King Mike. At $50, 14 matches, I'm okay with.
And you definitely get your money's worth, even though I already had my money's worth with the first match that was already announced, and then you had dream match, then you had this and that and this. Like, okay, enough. And then he did this on. I'm like, enough! Oh, Lord, that's going to be a long 4 hours and freaking at least 30 minutes because the freaking post scrum is not scheduled until 11:45 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Are you shitting? Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
God, I think even we'll be done by then in L.A.
Possibly.
Big freaking No DQ 200 where the concert started after y'all did and ended before y'all did. God, it's crazy. Anyway.
God help us.
So thank you all for joining us this evening for the Saturday night shenanigans that are Open Mic Night. For the simple man with the spectacular voice, Noah Foster. For the man whose name is still on the marquee, the West Coast Professor, Jeff motherfucking Meacham. I am your humble host and moderator, the Renegade of Wrestling, JJ Williams. Thank you all for tuning in, and we will see you guys tomorrow with our coverage of Forbidden Door.
Have a good night, folks.
Get some sleep, y'all. Lord knows somebody should.